Order!
Créateur, que ton esprit nous accompagne et nous guide dans notre travail pour le bien de tous, pour la paix et la justice sur notre territoire et pour la reconnaissance constante de la dignité et des aspirations de ceux que nous servons.
Please be seated. Welcome, members. Minister statements. Minister of Housing N.T.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to provide an update on the progress of Housing N.W.T's community housing plans, which is a comprehensive, detailed information document to better direct housing investments in the Northwest Territories communities. Through partnership with Indigenous governments, community governments and stakeholders, over the last 3 years, housing plans have been completed in Fort Good-Hope, Y.E.L.L.K.N.I.F E, Paulatuck, Enterprise, N.W.T, and N.W.T First Nations. These plans provide communities and stakeholders with the tool necessarily to direct the future of housing in their communities. A housing plan includes an assessment that combines baseline data with housing needs identified by the community. It also includes the housing plans itself, which identifies the community's goals, well as actions for the future in their housing investments. As set out in Housing N.W.T's mandate, we understand the importance of meaningful partnership with communities, and it's essential that these plans are the products of meaningful collaboration. Madam Speaker, Housing N.W.T recognizes that each community has unique needs. The Community Housing Plans initiatives was developed in recognition of this, and to give communities a voice to express their own housing situations, issues, and priorities. For example, Paulatuck's housing plan reinforces the need for home designs that recognize the community's location on the Arctic coast. N.W.T First Nation plan priority is energy efficiency, housing in innovative ways to share materials and expertise. In Enterprise, community leadership prioritized the need for improved communication, both internal and external, while N.W.T has signified a focus on self-sufficiency and community development. In Fort Good-Hope, priority was placed on building local capacity to be capable to support private home repairs. As of today, 10 additional plans are currently underway at various stages. As part of the development of the Hay River Housing Plan, Housing N.W.T and the town of Hay River hosted a housing forum in the fall, which brought together stakeholders from across the community to discuss solutions to housing issues in Hay River. Additionally, Housing N.W.T has partnered with the town of Fort Smith and worked on their housing plan that began in December of 2022. In the N.W.T settlement region, we have partnered with the N.W.T Regional Corporation to develop a regional housing plan. As part of this work, staff from both organizations have traveled to Sax Harbor and Ulahuktuk to hear from community residents and leadership, and will be visiting the other N.W.T communities in the coming months. Through the community engagement process, various elements are reviewed and prioritized, and such example is one in those community plans is underdeveloped. Includes plans for local shelters to assist women and children fleeing violence. Madam Speaker, with the arrival of the federal distinction-based funding to Indigenous governments, and to avoid the work and housing is no longer proposing to develop unique community housing plans for all 33 communities. Instead, we are supporting the development of community housing plans where communities or Indigenous government leadership has expressed an interest. Madam Speaker, strong partnerships are key to success and outcomes, and these community housing plans are proof of all of that work. We are excited to combine the work on the community housing plans along with our work on the partnership with Indigenous governments to improve our support, working on priorities that are important to the individual communities and regions. We will continue to reach out and work in partnership with Indigenous governments, community governments, stakeholders to increase the well-being of individuals and communities as we continue to address the housing needs across the Northwest Territories. Merci, Madame Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister, or Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to advise members that the Honourable Shane Thompson will be absent from the House today and tomorrow to attend the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Sport, Physical Activity and Recreation Ministers' meetings in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. As well, Madam Speaker, I wish to advise members that the Honourable Julie Green will be late for the House today, as she is currently participating in a phone meeting with Indigenous Services Canada Minister Haiju. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister statements. Minister statements. Members, I'd like to draw your attention to the presence of a former member, Daryl Delaney, who is a member of Range Lake in the 17th Assembly. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, prior to 1989, this government recognized the inequity with respect to Indigenous representation in the N.W.T public sector. In an attempt to address that inequity, the government of the day drafted the affirmative action policy. It was meant to place Indigenous people into public sector workforce. Madam Speaker, 30-plus years later, we're still talking affirmative action and saying how it has not worked. Madam Speaker, the government committed to a review of the affirmative action policy, and in doing so set up the Advisory Committee on Diversity and Inclusion. Now this government is considering replacement of the current policy with two policies: the Indigenous Employment Policy that prioritizes the hiring of persons who are descendants of the Dene, Inuit, or Métis people Indigenous to the present boundaries of the N.W.T, and the Employment Equity Policy that would provide preferred hiring status to Indigenous Canadians, racialized persons, persons with disabilities, long-term Northerners, and members of the two SLGBTQIA+ community. Madam Speaker, we are under the assumption the existing policy has not worked, and what I have not heard is the underlying reasons of why this would be true. If underrepresentation continues to exist, what are the factors that contribute to it? Madam Speaker, prior to moving forward and replacing what we have, there must be a reasonable and measurable basis if we are to commit to implementing any new policies. If we expect to achieve success, then we need to conduct an analysis, both internal and external, to determine if the targets we have set are reasonable, and if not, why. We must follow that up with a reasonable action plan that supports accountability at all levels of government if we expect positive results on affirmative action. Madam Speaker, what was once an immediate need to include an underrepresented Indigenous population in the government workforce is being expanded further with no clear metrics to justify the need for such a change or for a policy at all. When we cannot fill current government positions, then we need to get it right. We should be targeting Indigenous and Northern post-secondary students for employment, developing an Indigenous and Northern recruitment training and retention policy. Madam Speaker, if we expect the North to grow, we must hold deputy ministers and management accountable and ensure all Indigenous people, long-term Northerners, and their children are a priority for this and future governments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, elders in our communities need a facility to live in. We have spoken in this House many times of overcrowded homes in N.W.T. In many homes in N.W.T, large families cramped in small spaces includes elders and ones who are supposed to be taken care of. Madam Speaker, we're supposed to be making sure our elders age in our homes and with dignity in our communities and not getting homesick and not missing family. Madam Speaker, many elders in our living extended family cramped houses, living in our own public housing units that are difficult to maintain. Many of the elders are forced to leave communities and go to Inuvik and live in the seniors' home in the hospital. This is not right, Madam Speaker. We should be able to do better for our elders. Paulatuk and Ulakaktuk are very isolated communities on the Arctic coast. Elders in my communities live in their entire life beside the ocean, with a small group of families around them. This is all what they know. We shouldn't be forcing our elders to leave the coast to move to Nunavut because we don't have facilities to take care of them in our home communities, Madam Speaker. Ulakaktuk and Paulatuk, we even have private secured funding to build the facilities and a private-public partnership with monies to build these elders' facilities, and this minister is not giving us the opportunity. I want to work with my minister, Madam Speaker. We're dragging our feet. It's been 3 years since I brought this up in the House, and it needs to be taken care of. We're in our last year of this government, and let's try to make a difference and work together. Let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the devolution agreement came into effect on April 1st, 2014. While 5 Indigenous governments in the N.W.T have signed on to devolution, there are still Indigenous governments who have not. I think there's more than 5 at this point. Madam Speaker, devolution was intended to allow the N.W.T to take responsibility for public land, water, and resources. It was also intended to provide economic benefits. But, Madam Speaker, these benefits only flow to the governments who have signed on to the devolution agreement. For those who are partners in devolution, there is a seat at the table, there is decision-making power, and millions of dollars in resource royalty payments. For those who are not partners in devolution, there is an opportunity to participate in lands and resource management, but without decision-making authority. Chapter 4 of the Devolution Agreement describes post-devolution resource management, specifically the Intergovernmental Council. The Intergovernmental Council is intended to allow the public and Aboriginal governments to cooperate and collaborate on matters related to lands and resource management. Their Intergovernmental Agreement on Lands and Resource Management addresses Indigenous governments who have not signed on to devolution. It states under Section 4.9, the Council may invite observers to its proceedings and determine whether and to what extent they may participate. This may include representatives of boards, councils, co-management boards, regulatory bodies, or other entities established under settlement agreements or self-government agreements. The agreement goes on to explain how an Indigenous government can become a party to the agreement with the consent of the N.W.T. It also states that nothing in the agreement shall affect existing obligations of the N.W.T in relation to any Aboriginal government that is not a party. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Merci.
Thank you, Member. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude their statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Merci, Madam Speaker, and merci, colleagues. Madam Speaker, the devolution agreement created the Intergovernmental Council. The Intergovernmental Council is the body that cooperates on all lands and resource matters. But how can Indigenous governments who have not ceded their inherent right to their land not have any decision-making authority when it comes to land management decisions? The IGC has a legislative development protocol. This protocol does allow non-IGC Indigenous governments to potentially participate with the drafting process of any particular legislation. Madam Speaker, devolution was supposed to increase northern control over lands and resources, but the aftermath of devolution divides Aboriginal governments between those signed on and those not. The creation of the IGC and the roles of Indigenous governments at this council demonstrates more divide and conquer by the N.W.T than cooperation and collaboration. I will have questions for the Premier at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member for Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government's housing policies are not working for Indigenous people. There are too many barriers in place for Indigenous people to succeed in being a homeowner. These policies are working against our people, not for them. Madam Speaker, the territorial government receives funds from the federal government to provide housing for Indigenous people. Sorry about that. However, more of our people are homeless. Housing N.W.T has a homelessness specialist to fix the problem, but the solution is simple. Give public houses to current tenants to be homeowners and build more houses to eliminate homelessness. Madam Speaker, housing N.W.T policies and procedures are not serving Indigenous people. They are developing a manual on how to be a good tenant. This is an insult to the Indigenous people who live in housing. Our ancestors did not need policies and procedures or guidelines on how to live and be a good steward on their land. Colonialism changed this. It created more problems and barriers for our people to live and exist in our homeland. The Indian Act, residential schools, the 60 scoops all interfered with our ways of life and living. Madam Speaker, we were seen as not civilized, but have lived in an organized, responsible manner for thousands of years. We do not need housing N.W.T telling us how to live or controlling the funds given to solve the housing problems caused by colonizations. The money received from CERNAC for Indigenous funding should be provided to Indigenous governments to address housing consistent with self-determination, our land claims, and our self-government agreements. Madam Speaker, we should not be begging housing N.W.T for accommodations in our homeland. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lucy Fabian was born on August 26 to the mother Eva Fabian and father Angus DeLorne. Lucy was survived by siblings Warren and Richard DeLorne. Lucy had 2 children, Melissa, Scott, and Jamie, 2 grandchildren, Chanel and Serena, and her small bosses Lila and Drake DeLorne. After Lucy passed, they had many tributes on social media for Lucy, and all depicted a wonderful human being filled with love and positive comments, which shows the impact Lucy had on anyone she had reached out or was part of her life. She would give her shirt to help anybody. Lucy was also full of humor and laughter and would remind friends of certain milestones that occurred in friendships which were developed and nurtured. Lucy had nicknames for many people, some I've seen on social media, but I won't say who the real persons were. Nicknames like Matilda, Hamburger, Cupcake, CKLB, Chum, AJ, Mary Football, Lindum, CM Punk, Ed Muffin, Tsene, and so on. Lucy loved to laugh, play pranks, and joke around. She always showed love and affection to her family and friends. Lucy joined her mom, dad, brother Kenneth, Tinker, grandparents, and family and friends in her final journey. The world was a better place with her in it, but in heaven gained an angel on November 16, 2022. As her friends and family would say, "I love you, Lucy. Farewell, my friend," and condolences to the family and all her friends.
Thank you, Member. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not believe that this territory can move forward on settling land claims without first sorting out the issues of rights-based cabins. And Madam Speaker, this is a bit of a catch-22 in that the cleanest solution to settling rights-based cabins is settling land claims. Because once an Indigenous government has their land and their cabins are on it, then they can sort that out with their membership. Yet, Madam Speaker, we have heard time and time again in many meetings with Indigenous governments on no matter what the subject, quite often it comes back around to complaints about cabins. And Madam Speaker, I want to point out just how inconsistent we are in this. Many rights-based cabins right now do not have leases or taxes, and we have posted notices on them that they are squatters. Some Indigenous governments have shared which cabins they identify as Indigenous rights. Others are saying they will not do that because they do not trust the government. Some rights-based cabins, many years ago, someone was told they had to get a lease, and then they were instructed by their Indigenous government not to pay those lease fees or taxes, and so they're now in collections with the N.W.T. Some rights-based cabins, Madam Speaker, are unauthorized occupants but are paying taxes because we tax squatters. Some Indigenous rights-based cabins have actually applied for tax-exempt status. There's about 8 different scenarios you can be in with your rights-based cabin. Part of the problem is saying every rights-based cabin needs a lease is then you are going to pay lease fees, you're going to pay taxes, and quite often these hunters and trappers cabins are not actually in compliance with our cabin regulations. They may be too close to the water, they may not be up to building standards. All this results in multiple infringements of what is a clear Indigenous right to have cabins to hunt and trap, Madam Speaker. I do not believe we are going to make any progress until we settle this. And there are things we can do. One is to create some form of tenure so that those who have rights-based cabins can be protected, knowing that is their cabin, they have exclusive use to it. There's different ways of what that tenure can look like, but I propose it is not the traditional lease that we're requiring for everyone else. Secondly, we need to have some consistency on when a rights-based cabin has to pay lease fees, has to pay taxes. I propose most of those should be a nominal fee at best, and we certainly shouldn't be sending our hunters and trappers or our elders living in their cabins to collections, Madam Speaker. I think it is losing trust with our residents, and ultimately we're not going to make any progress on many of these issues until we solve this. I'll have questions for the Premier about what we're doing to solve this issue once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in December 2022, the N.W.T. recorded the highest employment rate in Canada. But like the rest of the world, N.W.T. employers, including the N.W.T., struggle to fill many positions critical to our success. But our population growth is not keeping up with our needs. By the 2040s, our population is projected to grow by only 9%, while Canada's at 25%. Madam Speaker, the Bureau of Statistics projects that by 2035, the population will decline in 18 of 33 N.W.T. communities, including Inuvik, Fort Simpson, Fort Smith, Fort Resolution, YELLOWKNIFE, Fort Providence, and Tuktoyaktuk. Sustaining and growing our population would benefit our economy and society in so many ways, Madam Speaker. It would help boost economic opportunities and growth. Employers, including our government, would be able to fill vacant positions and provide needed goods and services. We know we're facing acute labor shortages in the next decade. We will need almost 14,000 people for new job openings in the next decade, including 270 nurses and 140 other health occupations. Population growth will fill jobs and reduce the cost of living, Madam Speaker. Higher population would also support more and better social programs. Federal transfers are directly linked to our population growth. More residents mean bigger tax base and making it more feasible to maintain and expand our social safety net and our infrastructure. Population growth would also help address our mounting demographic challenges. We have a rapidly aging population. Many people, especially young people, leave looking for better opportunities elsewhere. A larger population would provide more opportunities for our young people to stay and work here. It's also about supporting residents of small communities to be empowered to stay in small communities. The need and benefit of sustaining and growing our population is clear. That's why last June this House, with the support of every regular MLA, passed a motion calling on the N.W.T. to create a comprehensive strategy to match Canada's population growth. At present, the N.W.T. lacks a unified framework to address demographic challenges and opportunities. The N.W.T.'s response tabled last fall was disappointing. It pointed to the failure of the N.W.T.'s last population growth strategy and declined this Assembly's recommendation to develop a new unified strategy. Our territory needs and deserves a better plan. Our incredible, culturally and mineral-rich, diverse North has so much to offer, Madam Speaker. I hope we can share it with more of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Oh, jeez. Hope you'll give me a few extra minutes, Madam Speaker. Yeah, we're getting ready for the spring when the flooding starts. Madam Speaker, the Northwest Territories has a resource-based economy. Mining has driven our development for decades. It has built roads and power lines, provided high-paying wages, apprenticeships, and other opportunities for Northerners. Mining has also driven significant secondary business development throughout the territory, including within the service industry and through contracting. N.W.T. communities benefit from socioeconomic agreements, and Indigenous governments who have signed on to devolution share in the resource royalties our primary industry creates. Madam Speaker, without resource development, the Northwest Territories would be a very dismal place, with little opportunity for residents to better themselves financially. It is with this in mind that I want to recognize and celebrate the mining companies that are driving business development in our territory. At every opportunity, we should be encouraging junior companies to continue exploring and help them to expand their operations. In January, the N.W.T, along with Indigenous governments and MLA Whale and Armstrong, attended the AME Roundup Conference in Vancouver. Roundup is a long-established conference that I attended way back when I was a student at UBC and continues to be one of the largest resource conferences in Canada. It is a great opportunity for the N.W.T and Indigenous governments to build relationships, establish partnerships, and attract business in the N.W.T. When I attended Roundup in 2020 as the Minister of ITI, I was thrilled to witness the partnership announced by Deton Nahani Construction, a corporation owned by the Yellowknife Dene First Nation, and Cheetah Resources to manage the operations of the Nahachalacho Rare Earth Mineral Project. This partnership was the first time in Canada that all mining operations were contracted to an Indigenous firm, enabling them to be miners on their own lands. So today, Madam Speaker, let's recognize and celebrate the value of mining in the N.W.T, and especially the progressive and innovative partnerships that are emerging, showing a new way of doing business where Indigenous people are the decision makers and the beneficiaries of the rewards. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to wish MLA Whale and Armstrong a happy birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. That's a tough act to follow. This is the 14th time I've raised midwifery as an MLA. Based upon an update recently received from the Minister of Health, some good progress appears to have been made, although I would say it's been a long road. Work on creating a full midwifery program began a decade ago in 2013. Here's a summary of where I'm told we are now. Work has gone ahead under the coordination of a territorial midwifery program implementation working group. Staffing has and continues to be a big challenge, but again, good progress appears to have been made. I'm told that a territorial manager is staffed and tasked with overseeing midwifery care through the NTHSSA regions and in cooperation with the Tlicho Community Services Authority and Hay River Health Authority. Territorial midwifery specialist is staffed in Yellowknife, providing postpartum care through Stanton Hospital. The Yellowknife team has 2 of 4 midwives hired, also providing outreach services in Betchako since 2022. A lactation specialist was staffed in September 2022 with federal funding for 1 year, supporting Stanton Hospital and the regions. Fort Smith has was fully staffed with 3 midwives, although a recent staff departure has cut service, with patients having to travel to Yellowknife. Hay River has full services while recruiting continues. The work of the implementation group is apparently being carried out under a project charter. That's news to me, and I'll have questions. With these actions, I'm told that full implementation of midwifery services for the N.W.T is moving into its final phase. One aspect of implementation that I don't see referenced is rollout of program structure and design through consultation with the Midwives Association of the N.W.T. That group expressed concerns in late 2021 with a model of central nodes of midwife expertise providing remote services to clients and community health nurses, not midwifery services located in all regions. The update provided to me noticeably lacks references to midwifery service delivery in the Sawtooth and Beaufort Delta, and I'll have questions there as well, Madam Speaker. That said, it looks like the long road for 2013 has an end in sight, and I'll have questions for the Minister of Health on what remains to be done and how we're going to begin evaluating what we do. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to rise and recognize Daryl Delaney, who is my constituent of Great Slave. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize the Manitoba interns who are going to be future politicians coming up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. Minister, sorry. Member for Hay Rivers North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize Georgina Lloyd. She is the Assistant Deputy Minister of Northern Affairs for Crown, Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada. She is in Yellowknife this week and has meetings with the Aurora College transformation staff to discuss federal engagement opportunities relating to the transformation of Aurora College into a polytechnic university, and we're happy to have her here. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. I'm pleased to recognize a group of legislature interns visiting us from Manitoba. They're here this week to learn more about our consensus form of government. With us today are Chida Akaluka, sorry if I mispronounce your name, Bea Bazaran, Hannah Drudge, Taylor Gwinison, Alina Hart, Dane Monkman, and Dr. Kelly Sanders. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Replies to budget address. Day 6 of 7. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fourth and final budget for the 19th Assembly was delivered by the Finance Minister 1 week ago on February the 8th, 2023. Overall, among the many issues we dealt with throughout this term includes the fragile fiscal situation that our government finds itself in right now. According to this year's budget, the Government of the Northwest Territories' total debt for 2023-24 is $1.47 billion, which is not far from our territory's debt capacity of $1.8 million. Although I will acknowledge that for the first time in this Assembly, the government's debt has reduced since last year's budget. However, Madam Speaker, for several years that has not been the case, as our territory's debt load has been steadily increasing year over year for the last 10 years. Not since the 17th Assembly has the N.W.T seen a reduction of its overall debt load. It must be stated, though, Madam Speaker, that the high amount of debt that the N.W.T has continued to accumulate is not because of the spending of the 19th Assembly. No. Our debt has climbed to where it is today because of the decisions made of previous MLAs from previous assemblies, which is the Legislative Assembly by extension, the people of the N.W.T must now pay for. Let me be clear and more specific, Madam Speaker. I believe our present-day budget restraints are largely due to the decisions of the former Finance Minister of the 17th Assembly. who also happens to be the former member of Tabacha from that assembly as well. I say this because it was the finance minister who signed off at the 11th hour on the contract for the new Stanton Hospital building, which is the elephant in the room. I say it is the elephant in the room, Madam Speaker, because it was that project that put the government of the Northwest Territories hundreds of millions of dollars into debt. In fact, according to this budget, the Stanton Territorial Hospital project has a debt load of $120 million. What's worse is that at the end of the 30-year lease with the new hospital, the government would spend over $1 billion on this P3 project. On that note, Madam Speaker, another mistake made with the old hospital building, now known as the Legacy Building, is the fact that officially the government of the Northwest Territories still owns that building, yet for some reason our government signed a 30-year lease to rent that building to a third-party company that's not even based in the Northwest Territories, called Dexterra. Why is that? Who made that decision? The answer is that the 30-year lease was signed by the Minister of Finance in the 17th Assembly. Based on all of this, Madam Speaker, I'd say the former finance minister from the 17th Assembly has a lot to answer for, since it was the Stanton Hospital project and other related decisions that put the government of the Northwest Territories into a weakened financial position we're now in. One other issue with this is that the opening of the newly renovated Stanton Legacy Building has been delayed multiple times. First, it was supposed to open by the summer of 2021. Then again, the spring of 2022. And now they're saying by the summer of 2023. Moreover, Madam Speaker, there are several other issues that occurred through this assembly which I want to address now. For example, in 2020, during the pandemic, the Department of Finance amended some of the liquor regulations to allow to order liquor to be delivered to their homes. This was known as dial a bottle. I strongly disagree with the decision at the time, and I believe that was the wrong thing to do. To me, that decision was almost like government was encouraging our population to drink more alcohol. Those types of decisions have consequences, which hurts vulnerable people the most. Madam Speaker, another area the government of the Northwest Territories needs to adjust is the disaster assistance policy, because the current policy is not sufficiently addressing the needs of the people of the N.W.T. As it's currently written, the disaster assistance policy is only applicable to people when a natural disaster occurs with damage so widespread that a significant number of people or properties are affected. There are holes in this policy, and some residents have been falling through the cracks. People like my constituent who endured a tornado that destroyed his home are excluded from the disaster assistance policy because it only affected his property. So just because there is only one casualty from the disaster, does that make it okay? That is not fair and is not right, and it needs to be fixed. Madam Speaker, another area I've taken issue with is the one-time recruitment and retention bonuses that were given to a select number of health and social services staff. The issue with this is that these bonuses were not eligible to all health staff, only certain positions who perform certain duties within health and social services. The bonuses were not distributed evenly among staff, particularly long-term staff. In fact, I know of several nurses who worked for the government of the Northwest Territories for many years, some for nearly 20 years, yet they were not eligible to receive the retention bonus. There is something seriously wrong with that because it's created the unintended consequence of sowing division among new and old nursing staff. For our government to prioritize giving recruitment bonus to brand new nurses, medical laboratory technologists and midwives, but not to long-term nurses who have lived and worked here for years is not okay. In addition, Madam Speaker, There is the issue of the exorbitant fee increases for residents who have cabins on land leases across the N.W.T. While this decision is another carryover from the previous Assembly, it is a decision that is affecting all leaseholders who renew their lease agreements and must pay the new $840 minimum cost with this. I have constituents, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, who own cabins, and they told me these costs do hurt. Many of these residents have asked to bring the Minister of Lands to my riding so they can discuss the changes with the Minister himself. I've tried numerous times now to coordinate a visit with the Minister, but it has not occurred yet. I am working on this with him, and he has committed to a visit before the end of the Assembly, which I'm looking forward to. Madam Speaker, I also want to address a matter that is currently before this Assembly and will be voted on very soon, which is the carbon tax. First of all, I want to be very clear that I'm very much against this federally imposed tax on carbon emissions. In fact, I've never been supportive of this tax since it was first introduced in 2018. And the reasons for my position are because this tax is harming regular people and businesses across the N.W.T. The final implication of this tax is burdensome for seniors, for families, and for businesses of all sizes. And the financial burden is only going to get worse as time goes on, since the tax is going to increase every year until 2030. As leaders, we need to do what's best for the territory and the people we represent. So for those reasons, I will be voting against the carbon tax bill that will be voted on in this session. Moreover, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about the Polytechnic University and the transformation process of Aurora College. First off, I want to thank the Minister of Education again for reiterating several times now throughout this Assembly that the headquarters of the future Polytechnic University will be in Fort Smith. My constituents are happy that Fort Smith will continue to be the education capital of the N.W.T. However, there are 2 Fort Smith-based college positions that are currently being borrowed by the Yellowknife campus, both of which must be returned to Fort Smith as soon as possible. These are 2 senior management positions that were intended to be based in Fort Smith, but for reasons beyond me, which I do not agree with, the positions are currently stationed in Yellowknife. So that is another area that needs to be adjusted by our government very soon. Also, Madam Speaker, one other aspect about the college transformation that I do not agree with is the fact that our government is basing that process on a document that was written by a former Assistant Deputy Minister of Education who is now living in the Caribbean. Plus, that document, the Foundational Review of Aurora College, is from the 18th Assembly, which is filled with old ideas and a hostile tone towards Fort Smith. Our government should not be following any reviews that do not make sense, nor ones that only favor further centralization to the capital. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I also take issue with how the Department of Finance has conducted the review of the affirmative action policy. Last week, the government of the Northwest Territories announced its intention to replace the existing affirmative action policy with 2 policies in its place, which the government has named the Indigenous Employment Policy and the Employment Equity Policy. The Indigenous Employment Policy mirrors the existing affirmative action policy, prioritizing the hiring of Dene, Inuit, and Métis people born in the N.W.T, which is good. However, Madam Speaker, the Employment Equity Policy would give preferred hiring to Indigenous Canadians, racialized persons, persons with disabilities, members of the LGBTQ community, and long-term Northerners. While there is some good in this second policy, such as providing preferred hiring to long-term Northerners, there are major aspects of it that I do not agree with. Specifically, I don't agree with providing preferred hiring to Indigenous Canadians at large. As I said in my statement last week, I have no issues with Indigenous Canadians who are not born in the N.W.T being employed by our public service. I just take issue with that group of people getting the same affirmative action status as the Dene, Inuit, and Métis people born in the N.W.T. In my view, these new policies do not resolve the issues with the affirmative action policy. It only widens the net for who qualifies as priority one hiring into our public service. Therefore, I call on all Indigenous leaders to reject these two policies and for them to make that known to both the Finance Minister and that department. Madam Speaker, as we embark upon the final year of this term, I think this is an opportune time to also discuss some of the 19th Assembly's mandate items. For example, decentralization is a key mandate item for this Assembly. Yet most of the new jobs created over this term have gone to Yellowknife instead of the regional centres or small communities. This is a mandate item that must be improved upon and must continue to be pursued in the next Assembly. Madam Speaker, another aspect of our term's mandate has to do with the price and type of electricity generated in the N.W.T. We said we would reduce the cost of power and increase the use of alternative and renewable energy, and similarly, that we invest in the expansion of the Tolson Hydro Dam. Well, we did not manage to reduce the costs of power this term. In fact, only gotten more expensive with each year. So we must continue to work on that into the future. As for the Tolson expansion, this government and the federal government have made several strategic investments to advance this project forward. While construction has not yet begun, pursuing this expansion would help the N.W.T succeed in our 2030 energy strategy. I'm strongly in support of this mandate item, and I support the efforts of the Minister of Infrastructure with this undertaking. There are still some aspects of the project that need to be worked on with Indigenous governments, so hopefully that work will conclude before the end of this Assembly. Also, Madam Speaker, one point I want to make regarding the mandate item to create a Polytechnic University is that the former residential school building that is currently being used by Aurora College in Fort Smith must be removed. That should be the first thing done to the new Fort Smith Headquarters University campus. I also want to see in that future facility a university-sized gym, a theatre for the arts, along with a new single residence, a modern cafeteria, and a student lounge. I also think the new building should have an Indigenous accent to it. Additionally, Madam Speaker, another priority of this Assembly was to increase mental health and addiction programs, including aftercare. I said several times through this term that a new territorial aftercare facility should be situated in Fort Smith because I believe that's an ideal location for it. And I think the former Trail Cross Treatment Center building would be a good location to consider this. I say this because I think placing an aftercare facility in a non-industrialized location that's not too far for the N.W.T residents to travel to, but is far away enough from the familiar environments of people addictions can be very beneficial for our people. Madam Speaker, enabling seniors to age in place with dignity is another priority of this Assembly, which I'm unsure how we've done to address. Nonetheless, one suggestion to advance this item is exactly what I said in my statement yesterday, which is for Housing N.W.T to create and implement a seniors housing strategy. As part of that strategy, we should implement a flat rate, single fixed cost system that determines the rent for seniors regardless of income level, race, or which part of the N.W.T they live. Doing this would help reduce the amount of rental arrears incurred by seniors and provide them with far less financial stress. I think Housing N.W.T. needs to lead these efforts and work in partnership with Indigenous governments and seniors organizations to help craft an effective seniors housing strategy. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I believe that this Assembly has succeeded in advancing several of the mandate items that we created at the beginning of the term. However, I think we all know that as MLAs, more work still needs to be done to help improve the quality of life for all the people of the N.W.T. And as the MLA for Tabacha, I will continue to fight to achieve the priorities that I outlined today. With that, I'd like to thank all the amazing constituents of Tabacha for their continued support in me as their representative. I'd also like to thank my family, including my husband Peter, my sons Jerry and Mickey, and my dog Rambo, for their steadfast support in whatever I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Replies to the budget address. Replies, member for Hay River North. Or Yellowknife North. Sorry, now I get Hay River North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do share the view that it's clear that our problem started with the 17th Assembly, Madam Speaker. But I will address my comments today to the Minister of Finance for the 19th Assembly. Firstly, I believe this budget is lacking in two areas. One is more money for NGOs. I know this budget contains some increases for our non-government organizations, which was a result of the last budget negotiations, and I thank the Minister of Finance and all the departments for their work on that. But I am concerned that this is simply set up to be a one-time funding. I spoke with many NGOs who had contribution agreements with no increase for over a decade, Madam Speaker, and I think what we are looking for here is a permanent policy, a change to the stock contribution agreement form, multi-year funding, and an inflationary increase built forward so that this is solved going forward for all assemblies, Madam Speaker, not just a one-time top-up. The second point I would like to emphasize in order for me to support this budget is more funding for our communities. We have heard that multiple times in this House, and I think from day one there was some uncertainty and a bit of a tension in the budget of whether reducing the funding gap by $5 million meant $5 million total, or it meant reducing the gap $5 million plus the inflation that it gets built up over the time. It's clear the government is proposing that it's just $5 million fixed. At the very least, we need to see carbon tax revenue share that is revenue neutral for those communities so that we are not actually passing a budget and a carbon tax that further puts our communities behind. As well, Madam Speaker, I've made this point before. I think the budget is a time to open up some policy asks that are purely political. The G&W.T. doesn't like to do anything without a thorough review, without talking to everyone, without the strategy, the What We Heard report, and then the legislative proposal. But I think every once in a while, and I think budgets are a great time to pick out one thing and just announce that you're going to do it. In my last two budget addresses, I have suggested that we introduce 5 paid sick days for workers. Our pandemic taught us that forcing people to choose between missing pay, where they struggle to buy groceries, or going to work sick is putting their coworkers at risk, and it's ultimately hurting the economy. I once again make this plea. That is a simple change we can make. I know there has to be a grand review of the Employment Standards Act, and we have to talk to everyone in the world about it, but sometimes you can just pick something up and get it done, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once again, I know I am asking for money, and I will not be remiss to say that we have to make hard choices. Some things I am willing to do on the revenue side. One is to create a high income tax bracket. Presently in the Northwest Territories, under G&W.T. tax, once you make over $147,000, you pay the same tax rate whether you're making $150,000 or $500,000. Almost every other jurisdiction in Canada has a tax bracket above 147. The Department of Finance estimates creating additional brackets, depending how they look, is somewhere between $800,000 or $3.5 million. Secondly, I am willing to increase our corporate tax rate by 1%, We have one of the lowest corporate tax rates in Canada. We're largely always kind of pegged to Alberta because we have this concern what Alberta is doing, but I'll note the Yukon next door has a much higher corporate tax rate, and their economy is doing a lot better than ours, Madam Speaker. 1% on corporate tax is approximately $3 million, Madam Speaker. I've made this plea in all my budgets. I think we got to end the contracts for all fax machines. I budget this at about $100,000 in saving. As well, there's been a number of proposals over the year for a completely paperless G&W.T. We still rely on a whole lot of printing and a whole lot of paper. Estimates have shown that can save governments and our government up to $1 million. I know there are a number of efficiencies to be found. I am convinced that by creating a service G&W.T. model with government service officers in the capital, whereby income assistance, housing, many of these social assistance programs can all be dealt with by one person in one form, we will save money. There's some different ways you can make that work, but I think the work to get e-services online has really been lacking. Right now, the only things you can do are your fishing license, your healthcare card, and some DMV services. I know there's plans to roll out more, but it seems clear we are years and years away from bringing the social envelope into e-services, which would free up a lot of time for our already overworked officers, such as income assistance officers. Madam Speaker, I want to express my disappointment that government renewal did not bring more effects to our budget in this assembly. And I think one of the ironic things is a lot of the things that government renewal was actually trying to do, trying to fix, is one of the reasons we didn't get it through fast enough. The government renewal, quoting from the Minister of Finance's own proposals, wanted to look at our process and do away things that are unnecessarily complicated, wasteful, or inefficient. It wanted to do away with getting rid of multiple application forms for a single programming or having unnecessarily complex internal approval processes. I am very convinced that the Department of Finance ran into its unnecessarily complex approval processes in order to implement government renewal, where there are just simply too many voices at the table and direction cannot be provided to departments to clean up their processes. In the government renewal plan that the minister initially presented, there was things like having a software that is intuitive and cross-compatible with other systems. Madam Speaker, our software does not talk to each other. We heard yesterday the Minister of Housing say in one community she estimates that the housing waitlist is somewhere between 3 and 7 years. The Housing Corporation doesn't even know what their waitlists are. They don't even know the state of their units. They don't have any coherent reporting on their maintenance. They have little to no software, let alone some sort of software that would be compatible with all the other departments and all of the other work we need to do on our infrastructure and our capital planning. One of the issues that government renewal identified is structure, that is having too many middle managers and too much overhead and a culture of micromanaging. This is something that integrated service delivery and integrated case management both recognized and both made recommendations, yet they were victims of their own bureaucracy where they did not have the authority to make recommendations or make orders to departments. And I get this is very hard. I think the next government, you have to do it from day one. You have to put it in the mandate letters. It needs to come from the Premier, and you have to be willing to move staff around, to redo job descriptions, to redo software, to integrate it all. It's not an easy task, and I don't believe one minister or one deputy minister has the authority. It really has to be clear direction to set all of that out. And I am disappointed we did not see more from government renewal, but I hope that we find a way to find these efficiencies that result in better programming. I know a number of years the Government of Canada put a freeze on new programs because it was struggling to deliver the programs and services it currently had. And I think we're very much in that situation. It's always tempting to create a new tailored program, but that creates a lot of staff time, it creates a lot more work when we have a lot of programs that we simply know need a top-up. We have a lot of programs in competing areas that are multiple forms that I think can just be done away with or rolled into one. We need to stop trying to specialize so much. Similarly, in this vein, I think we need to do a lot more for digital government. One of the principles of e-government that I love is the once-only principle. This is a principle where a government can only ask for a piece of information once, Madam Speaker. If you provide your 2019 T4 to the government, you can only do that. They're only allowed to ask once. And then it is shared with all of the other departments. This applies for birth dates, your address, once only. I can't even imagine how many times people in addressing social assistance apply the same forms and the same documents over and over and over again. We hear these stories, and I think there are lots we can do in that digital government thing. So just to quote the Minister of Finance, words back at her, I really do believe in value-based budgeting and priority-based budgeting, and I think this year-over-year incremental budgeting that the GNWT does, where each department goes away, comes forward with their proposals, and we get this mishmash without clear centralized coordination, is not working for us. We don't have a clear picture of what programs are giving us value for money. And I guess I just expressed disappointment that we did not get far enough in this government and that this budget is not doing it. And I hope that in the remaining time we can make some progress on that. But ultimately, Madam Speaker, I've shared a number of solutions of things we can do. I've shared my 2 funding priorities, which is at the end of the day, our nonprofits are delivering the best value for dollar. I don't need a government renewal to tell me that, and they need a little more help. And our communities as well, Madam Speaker, they need a little more help. I've provided a few ways in which I am willing to fund that and make some hard decisions. I look forward to our continued budget negotiations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Replies to the budget address. Replies to the budget address. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
I think I needed some sick days. Madam Speaker, many of us understand why the affirmative action policy was first implemented 30+ years ago, and still we seem unable to reach our target for Indigenous hires. Why is that? Is it because of education levels, because of the type of positions available, because of location of potential Indigenous employees, because we have a young population not of working age? Is it because we have settled claims and people are working there instead? Is it because of the buddy system that we often hear about? Is it about racism? Is it about hiring committee biases as well? Whatever it is, we need to know what those barriers are prior to developing something that we may or may not need. So, Madam Speaker, will the Minister confirm what research and measures, if any, were used to determine the success or failure of the current affirmative action policy? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, might draw your attention back to the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework. This was put out, I now believe, back in December of a couple of years ago. That was the fruit of much research and consultation at that time, looking at a number of barriers across a number of areas that we were going to start to address. You now see, and you'll see in the main estimates, there are targets being set for each department. There also, in addition to that, in order to set those targets, there was a labor force statistical analysis conducted in June of 2022, and that has provided a basis by which we can begin to have those targets. And now, continuing with the work that we're in to evolve the public service and to be more representative, we've come forward to make good on the promise to review the affirmative action policy. So there's been much research done. The affirmative action policy has been looked at and reviewed multiple times. There's never been the will to get it over the line and to make it better, to try something better, to try to fix it. It hasn't delivered, very simply. We all know it hasn't delivered because the needle hasn't moved. It's not only because of this policy. I completely agree. But that's where we get into that recruitment and retention framework that does some of that work. This is one more step that's going to refocus attention on the hiring of Indigenous Northerners while also ensuring that there's other groups, including long-term Northerners, who also will be benefiting from an employment equity policy. So a lot of research went into all these pieces, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been getting a number of calls, I guess, lately just because of the the meetings that are happening in the communities, and people are very concerned. You know, what we seem to be doing is pitting Indigenous people against Indigenous people and others as well. So, Madam Speaker, will the Minister confirm the rationale and criteria used to support the need for this review and potential replacement of the current policy with two distinct policies, being the Indigenous employment policy and an employment equity policy, when the whole intent is to increase the number of Indigenous people into the government sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under the current policy, the affirmative action policy, there is still this ranking system that goes on, what everyone knows as the P1s, P2s, but within that you have P1A and P1B and all these different sorts of ranking depending upon the position, depending upon who's in the position. So there's already a complexity within there that categorizes people under different ways depending on the job and then creates this priority listing. Madam Speaker, what we're actually doing now is separating that out so that it is very clear that first there is the priority on the Indigenous employment policy that would take preference for the Indigenous Canadians in the Northwest Territories, within the boundaries of the Northwest Territories, while not losing the fact that the Northerners, the long-term Northerners, are also arguably subject to wanting to ensure that we continue to have them prioritized for the public service. But within that, Madam Speaker, there are other equity groups in Canada that we would like to see as members of the public service. There's not a flood of people coming to the Northwest Territories. If there were, I think that would be a good problem to have, quite frankly, but there's not. The employment equity policy operates as a secondary policy to the Indigenous employment policy, and it matches numbers. So instead of just this blanket ranking, we're now going to say if there's positions, and we know that our labor market has 10 people available, and we have positions available, we can start to fill up our positions with the folks that we know are here. The Indigenous employment policy, again, comes first, the other one comes second. We're matching targets numbers now, not just ranking people. So this is actually a much more targeted way of going about it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, you know, in the beginning, like I said last year, I think, in a statement, is that when this policy was first implemented, I think it was targeted towards Indigenous people, and they had to add in the P2s, I think, to get it passed, and after talking to some of the drafters anyway. So, you know, I just want to make sure that we get it right. So, Madam Speaker, will the Minister confirm if there was any consideration given to do away with the affirmative action policy, or keep it, or replace it with other forms of support or programs such as an Indigenous and Northern training and recruitment policy, an Indigenous and Northern post-secondary student hire policy, Indigenous and Northern internship policy, or use a majority Indigenous hiring committee to support Indigenous hires? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I think my first two answers were already long, so I'm going to try and get this one shorter, but this one could be longer than the last two. I'm happy to say that really we have a lot of those policies, and I certainly wouldn't want the fact that we're now at the next stage of really developing our attention on Indigenous hiring and of being a representative workforce to lose sight again of the fact that we do now have the Indigenous recruitment and retention framework. In that, there are action items, and within all of that as well, and in conjunction with that, we still have the internship program that does operate and which would apply these equity programs just as it does now the affirmative action policy. We have the internship approach that we use. There is, of course, there's in fact a proposed increase for the secondment program for Indigenous governments to be working together with the N.W.T to have capacity building on both sides. There's the Career Gateway program. So again, no shortage of programs that are looking at each of the individual different barriers, targeting some of those individual barriers, whether at a student level, whether within community capacity, to try to bring up the hiring. So I do think we need to look at all those things. I agree completely, and we do have a number of those programs already employed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I understand that we have this policy already in place. We have all these programs in place, and I guess I ask myself, why haven't we been able to meet that target? And you know, I look at one of the areas that I think that that hasn't been mentioned is the lack of accountability of DMs and management. Like they are the ones there that have to make sure that that those policies are being followed. And when I talk to people, I don't think that's happening. But anyways, Madam Speaker, residents are concerned that the notice of meetings in the communities have been left wanting. So will the minister confirm what level of notice and consultation has or will take place with Indigenous governments, communities, NGOs, and residents during this review? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there was a letter sent out to Indigenous governments back in October of 2022, and I know I've heard back directly myself from some, and others I know I believe are going to be participating in the community consultations. There's 2 months worth of community engagement sessions happening now through to the end of March. And Madam Speaker, I just want to also note, I had also heard that some people, of course, can't necessarily make it to a specific date. I've asked that we add a virtual session towards the end to hopefully capture folks who were unable to attend in person at some of these. And of course, as is the usual practice with the N.W.T, there is an open portal on the N.W.T Finance website around receiving feedback. And Madam Speaker, certainly most of us are easily to find by way of email if people simply want to write in. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to take people's recommendations and comments in that regard as well. So there are a number of ways that people can submit their feedback, and I hope that they do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI. I've been looking through Canada's critical mineral strategy that was announced, I think, a couple of years ago now. And like a lot of government documents, it's full of a lot of, we should do this, and we're going to improve the economy by doing things such as this, but there really isn't a lot of sort of tangible, actionable items in the plan. Given that the Northwest Territories contains a lot of those critical minerals needed for Canada's green energy strategy, can the minister speak a bit more about when we actually will see things happening under this critical mineral strategy? Has the government indicated that they are going to deal with our infrastructure deficit, and our energy deficit that is mentioned as a key barrier to northern development? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister for ITI.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the final version of the critical minerals strategy is still fairly new. I think it was only within the last year. They've been doing some consultations on it. And obviously it's difficult for me to say precisely what we hope the federal government may or may not do. What I can say, Madam Speaker, is at this point we have put ourselves in position to be at the second round of tables. They are conducting national resource and energy tables right now, the federal government, and we were not initially on round 2, but we are now, and that process has just gotten underway early this year. That's an opportunity for us to help to define exactly what the member's getting at. Where is that money going to be spent? How is it going to be spent? And what can we do to ensure that it's being spent, frankly, right here in the territory? I look forward to that process taking place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's comments. I guess I'm a bit concerned that we weren't engaged earlier on in this, given the topics that we've been discussing here around the carbon tax, and a lot of this critical mineral strategy is about transitioning Canada off of fossil fuels and into a greener energy economy. So I guess I'm a bit frustrated by that, but I do know that this minister is well positioned to be that voice at the table. Can the minister speak a bit then about how do we become innovative when we're working with the federal government? We have our own regulatory system that's quite, I want to say like strenuous a bit at times, and then if we're going to now add on another layer of government bureaucracy with the federal government, how do we actually go about making sure that we're creating one that works together versus two that are on top of each other, creating further barriers? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for ITI.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, certainly don't want to create government barriers or bureaucracy, particularly in a context where some of the criticism we get is that our regulatory systems already have quite a lot of layers to them. Certainly what we've found in the last recent while is that there's a shift internationally recognizing the value of having a robust regulatory system, one that involves and engages Indigenous peoples from the very beginning, so that when a project goes through that process, they know that it's certain, they know that it's secure, and they know that it respects environmental, social, governance, and Indigenous factors. And that is what we have here in the North. What we are trying to do is ensure now that the different parties at those tables, the federal government and government of the Northwest Territories, are aligned. I can say, as an example for the member, Madam Speaker, is the Mackenzie Valley Operational Dialogue is happening right now. That's an opportunity to bring all these parties together, to have conversations, to ensure that the way we apply our policies, apply our regulatory processes, and work through them is efficient and is aligned, and it makes sense to work all together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that the Minister is speaking about efficiencies and such. I guess I rise with a bit of concern that when we look at other areas where the federal government has come in with this great idea, or they've made election promises that they want to see fulfilled, and I'll pick on ECE with the Daycare Act, not a lot of flexibility for us to actually do anything or make our own northern or made in the north imprint on it. So how is the minister, I guess, and maybe this is going to be a hard one to answer, how can the minister ensure that that northern voice is being heard at the table, and if anything, that we're not just the afterthought in this conversation, but that rather we are leading the conversation and one of the drivers? And when I look through the critical strategy, and I encourage everybody to do so, a lot of it is applying to the north. It's reconciliation with Indigenous people, it's lack of infrastructure, it's critical minerals that are needed. This strategy is about us. And so how will the minister ensure that we are leading instead of just following? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this touches on finance as well, because this is an area that's going to potentially drive our future economy. I have to say we did have the opportunity to comment on the federal's critical minerals metal strategy before it was final, and I would suggest there are a lot of elements in there that I think reflect exactly on the submission that we made and reflect exactly on what we wanted to see in terms of being a strategy that is now high level. Next step, obviously, proof is in the pudding. Where are they going to spend their dollars? Those conversations are ongoing. And as far as what I can do or what any other member of this government can, and what we are doing, is getting ourselves out, being at the table, being at the conferences, being at the speaking events, meeting with other ministers. I am quite fortunate that I had the opportunity to speak on a panel at Critical Minerals about the competition and the competitiveness of the North when I was there. The fact that we were invited to that, I think, shows that there's an awareness now that we are going to be in this space. The line in the strategy itself saying that minerals extracted in the territories could be processed in the prairies and supply manufacturing in other parts of Canada. There is a recognition that the value chain for the future economy, for a greener economy, can start in the North and involve all of Canada. And that, I think, is an important shift of thinking that we want to capitalize on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it doesn't sound like much has changed in the conversation at Roundup since I went in 2020, which was the same things that I heard from the mineral resource sector. They liked our robust regulatory system. They wanted to invest in the North. And a key piece I think that we need to also remember is that when we go to seek investment, we can tell people that their money spent in Northern Canada will actually benefit people. You will literally create life-changing projects, as we've seen in Imperial Oil up in Norman Wells. So I do think that that is a key piece that we need to keep driving home. Our competitors are places like China. They're places that are in developing countries where the law is not as strict, and I think that is really a key message that we need to be driving home as a territory as well, and I know the minister will do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and I didn't hear a question in there, so I'll take that as a comment. Members and ministers, just a reminder that we have a limited time for all questions, and members should have their opportunity to participate. Please keep your questions and answers short and to the point. We've gone through 2 members, and we've used up 18 minutes. Thank you. Next on my list is member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just yes or no answers from the minister then. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, in regards to, I've been always bringing up in the House since since 2007 in regards to my elders that are being brought out of communities of Ulakaktuk, Paltuk, Sax, and Intuk, having to be brought out to Inuvik to long-term care. Families not able to see them, elders getting homesick, and it just draws too much hardship on my elders. Madam Speaker, I have private monies to use from a local business in the Delta to wanting to build these units in the communities of Ulakaktuk and Paulatuk. Is the minister willing to work with that company on looking to get these, I guess, level 2 for elders facilities done? Is the Minister of Housing willing to work with us? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Minister responsible for N.W.T. or Housing NT.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I'm always looking for innovative ideas, especially when they're coming as community-based projects and working with Indigenous governments. Yes, I would be open to be having those discussions with the member and with his leadership. Merci, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Supplementary, member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I get that in writing? No, I'm just joking. Madam Speaker, so the minister is committed to that, and what I'll do is I'll reach out to my community leadership of the communities and work together with them to invite the minister to the community to work on a go-forward basis for elders facilities in Ulakaktuk and Paltuk, and can the minister recommit to that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Minister responsible for Housing NT.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. I think, the way that we need to address the housing crisis here in the Northwest Territories is absolutely through partnership, and we need the Indigenous governments at the table. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary, member for N.W.T.
No, I just want to make a comment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the minister for that, and I look forward to working with her department to get this done in short order, within a couple of months, not years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. I'll take that as a comment. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Speaker. My question is related to my member's statement on the 2014 devolution agreement. Can the Premier explain the role of the Decho and the Quechua First Nations in current legislative development process? Merci.
Thank you, member. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I believe that the member is talking about the Intergovernmental Council, about the land and resources legislation. That is done, like you said, through devolution at the Intergovernmental Council table. For those governments that aren't part of that table, they're always welcome to join that table. But if they're not part of it, then there still is a consultation process that happens if the land and resources affects in their areas, and they're still invited to sit on working groups to provide support for those legislative initiatives going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Supplementary, member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Is there any financial support to allow non-devolution partners a seat at the Intergovernmental Council table? Merci.
Thank you, member. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every member of the Intergovernmental Council does receive financial support to take part in that table. Any Indigenous government that signs on to the Intergovernmental Council devolution agreement will also get funding to sit at that table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary, member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Speaker, and merci to the Premier for that answer. The Decho First Nations have not signed on to devolution, nor do they have an agreement in principle or a final agreement regarding their land, resources, and self-government. Given those circumstances, does that lessen or weaken their authority of land management in their region compared to IGC members in their respective regions? Merci.
Thank you. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having a concluded modern treaty is not required to join devolution or the Intergovernmental Council. However, though, having a finalized agreement does answer questions within their agreements around land management and authority. So we're optimistic, and we're really glad that the DHO is back to the negotiations table, and we're hopeful that their negotiations will advance quickly. But as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, all work at the Intergovernmental Council consults with all Indigenous governments, whether they're at the table or not, on areas that may be applicable to those governments, and they're always welcome to sit on the working tables. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Final supplementary, member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Has the Premier ever considered that conditional membership into the IGC, based solely on signing onto devolution, is viewed by some leadership as exclusionary and as a tool to try to divide Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories? Merci.
Thank you. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I have heard those arguments before. I've actually, during my tenure as Premier, I actually reached out to the Indigenous governments that aren't part of the devolution agreement, trying to talk to them about what their concerns were, trying to express the benefits of being at that table. But I do respect that they don't want to sign on. I also brought because again, they asked if they could be part of that table, share in the resources without being a member, being part of devolution. I did bring that forward to the Intergovernmental Council. In fact, I brought it forward twice during my tenure. I'm only one member of 10 on the Intergovernmental Council. We all have equal seats. And it was very firmly said that membership has benefits and that they're more than welcome to sign on. But if they don't sign on, then those benefits will not be shared. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have some questions for the Premier, if I could. I'm reading today, right now, on Cabin Radio, a news story about how they broke the story about how the Northwest Territories is going to get $8 million a year under a new 10-year federal funding arrangement for all the provinces and territories, and there's supposed to be a special fund set up for the Northwest Territories for $5 million for the next 5 years. I'd like to ask the Premier, why am I reading about this on Cabin Radio instead of getting this kind of communications directly from the Cabinet? That's not the way consensus government is supposed to work, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Health Minister would like that deferred to her. Thank you.
Minister responsible of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. This morning, the Premier, the Finance Minister, and I met with our federal colleagues, the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs and Minister of Health. We had some questions about what we had been offered the Premier had been offered at the Council of the Federation last week. What I can tell you is the net new money available to the N.W.T. is $12 million. That includes a $2.9 million increase to the Territorial Health Initiative Fund, which is spent partly on medical travel and partly on bigger picture items like health sustainability. There are 4 areas in which there are tailored, what they call tailored bilateral agreements. They are worth $7 million a year for the next 10 years. There is a $2 million top-up to the CHT, which will be for hospital services. It's a one-time only. There will also be some money for the escalator, the CHT escalator, which is tied to inflation at this point, so we don't have a firm figure on that. The personal support workers wage subsidy, we don't have information on that. The Health Equity Fund for Indigenous people, we don't have information on that. So there are some considerable loose ends. It was our intention to communicate all of this to the members by the end of the afternoon. The meeting just happened this morning, and I had a subsequent meeting that ended at 2:30. So the information is coming to the regular MLAs, and there will be a news conference tomorrow in which we will answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Supplementary member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Health Minister for that. I'd like to know why I'm reading about this on cabin radio instead of getting the information from the Minister or the Premier. This is just not the way the consensus government is supposed to work. Why am I reading it on cabin radio first? Merci, Madam Chair, or Madam.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can't control who the federal ministers decide to talk to in media interviews. I didn't know that they were going to do that. I learned when the member learned, and I was probably just about as happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Supplementary member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I actually sent 3 ministers an email about this while I was sitting here, before I'd even read the cabin radio story, saying you guys are doing a media briefing tomorrow. You haven't told us anything. So why are you doing a media briefing instead of talking to us and telling us this news? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. Just to say again, we met with these ministers this morning. They choose to do their own media engagement. We decided to do ours tomorrow. We have in the works a message to regular MLAs. We have provided them with advance notice of a media release or a media advisory. There'll be advance notice of a media release. So we are not working as quickly as the federal government is, but we are prepared to answer any questions that may arise, whether today or tomorrow after the news conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madam Speaker. So is this the kind of precedent, like this is the way that we used to get communications in the last assembly, I can tell you that, but is this the way that we're going to continue to get information moving forward, is through cabin radio instead of communications directly from our colleagues on the other side of the House? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
The member for Frame Lake can rest assured this is not a new way of communicating. I've already explained that the federal government is doing its own communications. We don't have any control over that. I've told him what we're doing, and you know, that is what we are going to stick with. I think I already said, but I will say again, I wasn't best pleased either to read on cabin radio that coming out of that meeting, apparently Mr. Duclos had done an interview with cabin radio about the health agreement. We didn't have a specific embargo in place, so we have to go with the flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Madam Speaker, today I spoke about sustaining and growing our population in the Northwest Territories, and a key tool to grow our population is using immigration. But the N.W.T. stated in, the N.W.T. currently does not fulfill its annual immigration quota allotted by the Government of Canada through the nominee program. This is a big concern, especially within our business community. So I'm wondering if the Minister can explain why we're not hitting our quotas and tell us what his department is doing to fill the quota and provide guidance if this week's newest immigration pilot will help us actually hit that quota. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Thank you, Speaker. The quota, as dictated by the Government of Canada, was established years ago. I would have to assume it's based on our population. I would imagine that as soon as we hit that quota would be increased. So we're never going to be continuously hitting the quota. We always want to strive for better. I will say that during the life of this government, we have done a lot in terms of immigration and increasing the population. You know, and I'm happy to announce that since I took office, we've doubled the number of people coming in through our nominee program. Back in 2019, there was around less than 50. With their families, less than 70. We're now up to 108 nominees with their dependents, 140 individuals immigrated to the Northwest Territories last year. So we are making progress, Madam Speaker. And to the other part of the question, what are we doing? Well, we have done quite a bit. We're developing resources. We've created a Welcome to the N.W.T booklet for potential and actual immigrants to the territory. We've updated and modernized the nominee program website. We've made the application accessible online. We've introduced a Francophone stream recently. We've made changes to our nominee program. We continuously make changes to make it more accessible for employers. We are working to implement a new stream focused on in-demand occupations. We are participating in an economic pathways pilot to attract skilled refugees from abroad. And to the member's third question in that series, we expect that there will be hopefully some modest increases, maybe 5 or 10 applicants through that stream, but if we keep chipping away at this, those numbers will continue to go up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Supplementary, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the success that has happened over the course of this term, but there's still room for us to grow, and there's still room for us to welcome more people to the Northwest Territories. One of the things that I like to do in this job is pick up the phone and call people, and I've had the opportunity to speak to people working in the immigration sector from other jurisdictions who have literally said, why aren't you guys getting closer to your quota? So I think there's room for us to grow. Madam Speaker, the Department's response to the Assembly's motion indicated that ECE's immigration strategy is up for renewal. The strategy concluded in December, and it's not clear what the next steps of this government are. So can the Minister tell this House the status of the review, including who will be consulted, what the scope is, and when it will produce a new strategy? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the strategy was from 2017 to 2022. Part of that strategy, or included with that strategy, was a performance measurement plan. So the department is now reviewing the data, reviewing the administrative records, and reaching out to stakeholders to complete that work and conclude that report. There have been discussions between ECE and ITI about the overall future of the program. And so those discussions, while they're ongoing, I expect that near the end of this Assembly, the beginning of the next Assembly, they will ramp up again when we have that capacity to do so. And a determination on, perhaps how the GNWT internally deals with immigration will help inform a future strategy as well. So that work is on the way. I don't expect that we'll be seeing a new strategy during this term, but it is underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this time last year when I asked the Minister to create an Immigration Advisory Council, the Minister informed me that, quote, ECE and ITI are proactively reaching out to businesses and people who are familiar with the nominee program to find out what we can do to improve the program. So I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, since there is no intent to create a strategy in the life of this Assembly, where I can find that information that the Minister has been collecting with his department over the last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we did reach out. The level of engagement wasn't what we would have hoped. Nonetheless, we did identify some areas for improvement. And so the member can see the results of that engagement in the changes that were made to our nominee program stream. So changes to job advertising requirements and some other streamlining efforts. So that is where she can find those results. The proof is in the pudding. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, earlier this week I made a statement about N.W.T 3000. N.W.T's ambitious aim to build 3,000 new homes by 2030. It's ambition that we desperately need in the N.W.T, but lacking sometimes, especially when it comes to creating new housing to meet our need. So I'm wondering, because housing is such a huge barrier to sustaining our population, I'm wondering if this minister will advocate for an ambitious housing building and house repair strategy and action plan to support the sustaining and growing of our population, especially since he is the minister who holds the immigration portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm always advocating to increase our housing stock. It doesn't just have to be the government of the Northwest Territories building houses. When I meet with other groups and with Indigenous governments, I often speak to them about the need for housing and the roles that they can play as well. So I do that work on a regular basis. It doesn't just impact immigration, it impacts our ability to staff teachers in communities and nurses and all of those other things. So this is something that is at the forefront of my mind and the department's as well, and I will continue to be an advocate. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke in my statement today how I think cabins are really a bellwether for how our settling land claims are going, and we've seen a number of court cases over the years. I think one of the main problems is that if you have if you're an Indigenous person and you're using a cabin for rights-based purposes, you're treated just like anyone else. You have to get the same leases, pay the same taxes, and follow all the same conditions. So I'm wondering if the Premier will work to create some sort of different tenure for those rights-based cabins, to put them in a different category than, say, someone who just wants a recreational cabin on the Ingram Trail. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do know that within the Indigenous treaty land claims, self-government agreements, the cabin issue is addressed in many of them, so that is one way of doing it. I also know that it's gotten a lot of attention recently because of the work that the Minister of Lands is doing with the unauthorized occupants in the Northwest Territories, of which there are lots. We are trying to work with those with the Indigenous governments on rights-based cabins, to give them money to help them to identify the cabins that are theirs. We've posted twice on people's. We don't know who's rights-based and who's not. It's an issue for us. It's an issue that keeps continuing to grow. The definition of a rights-based cabin is an issue as well. So we are looking at how we can support them, but it's work that will be ongoing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that Lands is posting notices and they are not getting uptake, and there are a lot of Indigenous governments who are specifically telling their members, do not identify your cabin, and I think there's a history there, because what then happens is you have to get a lease, and then you have to pay lease fees, and then you have to pay taxes. And so why would you do that when you could just have your cabin for free? And I think the step here is, right now there is a wild inconsistency on which Indigenous rights holders are paying anything for their cabins, and so I think we need to create some sort of status, and I would suggest exempting rights-based cabins from lease fees and taxes. The reason I'm directing this, Premier, is because it is actually a Department of Lands, a Department of MACA, and a Department of Finance. And I'm quite sure that EIA is going to want to have its hands on what they actually define as a rights-based cabin. So it really is a complicated matter. Is looking into exempting rights-based cabins from lease fees and taxes something the Premier is willing to do? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the member recognizing that it is not an easy issue. It's contentious not only within our definitions of how we define it, but also contentious with Indigenous governments. We have some Indigenous governments that feel that they can put cabins anywhere in the N.W.T. We have other Indigenous governments saying, not on my land. Those are issues that are alive and well. So I'm not going to commit in the House here about the solution. What I am committed to, and I've already brought that to the Council of Leaders, is that is a discussion that will go to the Council of Leaders. In fairness, Madam Speaker, I need all Indigenous governments to help me solve this. I need them to define what it is first, and so it would be inappropriate for me as the Premier to define how and what without the Indigenous governments having those consultations, and it's not going to be easy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary member for Hay River North. North. I keep wanting to get it.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's back to that chicken and egg problem. No one is going to tell you it's a rights-based cabin if it means they all of a sudden have to start paying taxes and lease fees, and they're presently not doing that. And we can't exempt them from taxes and lease fees unless we identify a definition of whether it's a rights-based cabin. So this is why this issue has not been solved. I think at the very least, there are a number of obviously rights-based cabins where they were told to get a lease, they perhaps did not understand what that meant, they perhaps got direction from their Indigenous government to not pay lease fees, and now we are sending those people to collections and ruining their credit. I'm quite convinced that the Department of Finance is just doing this, triggering it automatically, because when they don't get paid, they go through a collections process. Is the Premier willing to stop sending those rights holders to collections until we figure out some sort of path forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As stated earlier, I have, and it took a lot of work to get that item on the Council Leaders' agenda. Yeah, I feel it would be disrespectful for me at this point to make decisions since it says it is on their agenda as a topic. So I'm going to wait till those conversations happen at that table, and then we'll make decisions based on that feedback. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, one of the other things that I grow frustrated about this is that there is no definition of a rights-based cabin. Right now, Lands wants you to identify them, but they say they have no tool to give you a special form of tenure. They make it clear they will send you a lease fee. I think you can get an exemption from taxes, but it seems to be very inconsistent. It's unclear to me what someone with a rights-based cabin is actually supposed to do or what the government wants them to do. So perhaps following that Council of Leaders, can I get a commitment that EIA will put something out publicly on a plan forward and task each of the departments going forward with what they are supposed to be doing? Because right now, I don't think anyone really knows. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would love to make that commitment, but I don't think it would be fair to EIA to make that commitment yet. I think this issue is going to be very, very tenuous at the Council Leaders table. I don't know if it's going to be resolved in 1 month, 1 year, 10 years. So I can't commit EIA to doing that because it may, if it's in this government, then I'll be looking at it. If it's in the next government, I can't commit the next government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to table the following 5 documents. The Annual Status Report 2019 to 2023, Mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories. The Annual Report of the Implementation Committee, Delany Final Self-Government Agreement, April 1st, 2018 to March 31st, 2019. Consolidated Report of the Implementation Committee, the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement, April 1st, 2018 to March 31st, 2021. The Inuvialuit Final Agreement Annual Report 2018 to 2021, and the report on the Implementation Committee for the Clecho Agreement 2019-2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Tabling of documents. Minister for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents: Grants and Contributions Results Report 2021 to 2022, and What We Heard Report 2022, Engagement on Resource Royalties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motions for the first reading of bills. Notice of motions for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole, bills and other matters. Bill 23, Bill 29, Minister's Statement 264-19 brackets 2, table document 681-19 brackets 2, table document 694-19 brackets 2, and table document 813-19 brackets 2 with member for Deschaux in the chair.
We now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Committee wishes to deal with table document 813-19 brackets 2, 2023-2024 main estimates, housing N.W.T. Thank you.
Oh, which one is it? Oh, no, there's a motion on the floor and is non-debatable. Great. All those in favor? Pardon? Where's that page? Committee, we'll take a short recess and resume at the first item. Let's see. Welcome back, everyone. Committee, we will continue with Housing Northwest Territories, where we're reviewing the main estimates 2023 to 2024. Minister, have you witnesses?
Yes, I've got 2 witnesses.
Escort them into the house. Or Sergeant at Arms, can you escort the witnesses into the chambers? Minister, can you introduce your witnesses, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have with me here is Miss Eleanor Young, CEO and President of Housing N.W.T, and Associate Deputy Minister Jim Martin. Thank you.
Merci. Committee, we were on the Finance and Infrastructure Services, that's page 382 to 385. And the first speaker I had on the list was the member for Montfrey. To 285, that's the Finance and Infrastructure Services. Towards the back end of the...
Regarding this mortgage payment and social housing agreement, 2021-22, it says 313, and 2023, I just want to know why it's less here compared to now. There's a big gap in between, and I just want to know if a mortgage payment was forgiven in this area, like some mortgage were they forgiven, because it's 313 compared to 955. Why is it less?
Was that your question?
Less, yes. Are they giving people a break? Like this 2021, I know it might be related to COVID, I'm not too sure, but it's lesser than to current, to the main estimate for 23-24.
All right, Masicho. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This payment here relates to the mortgage payments that Housing N.W.T makes to CMHC for the housing assets that were transferred under the social housing agreement. We pay each year $955,000 under that arrangement or loan, and the interest portion of that is $313,000, and that is the amount that gets recognized as expenditures under the actuals 21-22. The difference is the principal portion, which is applied to the debt, which doesn't show up in this case. But we do have to budget $955,000 each year to cover both the principal and the interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Member for Montfrey.
Yes, thank you for the information, because I was just wondering what was happening over there, from 313, because in the small communities, we have a lot of issues with mortgage. We have, there's a lot of people that have mortgage, and a lot of them were, they did refinance agreement. And some of these mortgage are old, like they're over 20 years old and they're still on their books, and they were recently refinanced. And I just wanted to ask the minister, and they did they forgave some of the arrears before. Why not do the same with the mortgage arrears? Will the minister commit to forgiving the old outstanding mortgages from 10 to 20 years ago? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do follow a process when we are forgiving our debts as well too. We do have to follow FMB. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond as we do forgive some of these accounts annually. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so as the Minister mentioned, Housing N.W.T. participates in an annual review process with the Department of Finance and undertakes a review of all of our accounts, both on the mortgage side as well as the tenant arrears side. And we look at these accounts and we determine which one of those would meet the strict criteria of the Financial Management Board under the Financial Administration Act to qualify for forgiveness. So we do consider both mortgages and tenant arrears in this process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, member from Mumphrey.
Yes, thank you. I know I spoke in this House before regarding the BDAC, and they do forgive millions and millions of dollars of business loans. And why not do the same for the housing, those who have outstanding mortgage or the old mortgage? And I think across the territory, there's like 247 outstanding old mortgages. If they can do a write-off, they can do it. It's just that they're not making an effort to do it. That's how we feel, because a lot of people are asking. And some of the people were saying, they said to me that from the outlying communities, they told us that we live in the house for 15 years and it's ours and we're still paying mortgage. Some of those people have been paying faithfully, so that's a concern for them. And a lot of them, they want to get out of the mortgage. They want it to be written off because they're old mortgage. And even some are saying too that for lease to own, and I think this has to do with some of the administration too as well, but some of them were told, if you're a good tenant for at least 5 years, no arrears, etc., we will do lease to own. And some of those people, they're still paying faithfully and they don't have arrears, and they're still waiting for the North Lake District Office call them to do the mortgage agreement. And they say, we're tired of paying this mortgage or this rent. We're still waiting for them to come. And they're having, we're still waiting. How long we have to wait? How long are we going to wait? Because they've been living in there for many years. And so I know the administration needs to do a better job at the North Lake District Office or at the executive office. They need to get in contact with the people, because it's mostly that it's an outstanding agreement that were verbally promised 10 to 15 years ago. And people are saying we can't keep paying rent. And they've been in those units for many years. Not only that, I have some constituents that apply for the home ownership program through N.W.T. housing. So some of those tenants that are living in a mortgage or in a rental unit, they apply, and they were told they were denied based on the income threshold. because they were told that they're making too much money. And another couple applied, they told them that your income threshold is low. And many of these people, like, they're working, some of them are two income, and it's hard to maintain, to meet, because of the high cost of living in the small community, especially in the small communities, that it's hard, it's difficult because of the increase in fuel, groceries, and on top of that, the rent, and many of them are paying max rent. I have constituents that are like, for 3 years, they pay like $109,000 in rent. And I think that should be taken into consideration for them to be a homeowners. And it's not just them, there's a lot of other ones too in my community who have been living in these units for almost 20 years and are paying the same thing, and they probably paid over $500,000. That's what, based on their rent, and they have all the documents and everything. And there's not a major, they don't have a major arrears, but they still cannot get an agreement in place, so they're still waiting for them to come. So I just want to ask the minister that while they commit to contact and work with these people to be homeowners, because she said that there was 52 outstanding or 52 applicants received. How many of those are from Clecho region? Thank you.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hear where the member is coming from as well too, and I found this an area that I would have liked to concentrate on immediately. And there's so many different areas that we've been trying to work on within the portfolio, but the outstanding mortgages is one of them. And what I've learned to see is that that we do look at refinancing, we do look at trying to work with the client and trying to forgive the interest is one of the bigger barriers that we're able to kind of be successful with the client on. I just want, I'm just going to have Vice President Jim Martin speak about the forgiveness of debts as well, and how much we've forgiven over the lifetime of this government. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since the start of the 19th Legislative Assembly, Housing N.W.T has brought forward for approval 202 debt files that were approved for forgiveness, and that was approximately $12 million in total. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, for that. Any further questions from the members on this section? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure this is the exact section to ask this, but since it's about infrastructure services, I'll go ahead. What's the policy on smoking of tobacco and cannabis in public housing? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, we don't have a policy that addresses smoking in our units. But through the strategic renewal, we will be addressing this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the strategic renewal has been going on for at least a year, maybe a couple of years. What are the options that the Housing Corporation is looking at, and when is this process going to be finished, for at least in terms of smoking policy? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been brought up to us, and we are aware of it, but there's work that's being done on this policy, and also looking at the high traffic areas as well. And hopefully we're able to address those too within the lifetime of this government. But we do have 42 policies that will be brought forward and tabled April 1st. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. So one of these 42 policies that are going to be tabled apparently on April 1st, House is not sitting, but imagine then that the minister's going to find a way to release them somehow. Is one of those policies going to deal with smoking in public housing? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there won't be a policy enacted April 1st for smoking. We are currently working to determine whether using house rules, which is a conversation we've been having with the Ombud, or whether legislative fix is the more effective and efficient way to do this, but trying to get an answer on that as quickly as possible so we can implement a solution, as the minister said, by the end of this government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. O'Reilly?
Okay, thanks for that. I think I have a little bit better understanding of that. But look, I would have thought it'd be pretty much common sense that people should not be able to smoke cannabis or tobacco in hallways, entranceways into buildings. Is there's no policy, nothing on this right now? Is that the case? Thanks.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's correct.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Wow. Didn't hear me the first time. I just find that really hard to believe that we don't have any policy about public access, public spaces into public housing, that people are just allowed to smoke cannabis, tobacco there. That's just not in anybody's interest, especially kids. I'll leave it at that. So I really want you folks to sort that out now. The other issue I guess I'd like to raise here is free Wi-Fi. I think this has been raised before in the House as a way of trying to improve people's quality of life, access to programs and services and so on. Does the Housing Corporation provide any Wi-Fi services in any of its public housing now? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, we don't. Thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Has the Housing Corporation ever considered this, and have you calculated a cost for what it would be? In I guess I'm particularly interested in multifamily dwellings where there might be, some efficiency in offering that kind of service as well. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I remember this being brought up earlier into the lifetime of this government. The number that was brought forward was 1.9 million if we were to offer Wi-Fi in each of our public housing units. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. O'Reilly?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's a useful number to know, and something I think folks on our side might want to think a little bit more about. Appreciate the responses. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got a few questions. You already mentioned that they're going to be completing the housing strategy and renewal by April 1st, 2023. Are we on track to have that completed on April 1st? Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are on track.
Merci. Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For some time now, in the Housing Corporation inventory, there's what we call the Northern Rental Units and the Weber homes that's dating back 40 to 50 years. And there are a lot of families that were living in these homes. I guess I'm not really sure how the Housing Corporation is going to look at turning these units over to the homeowners. Say if the unit's 40 years old, and if you do unit condition rating, that thing comes back at 40%. And if that's a non-market community, then how do you appraise that unit so that it could be sold to the tenant? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, we spoke about our Home Ownership Initiative program, and under that program, we do a book value calculation, but actually the tenant will not have to pay for the house. We forgive the value of the house over a 3 to 5 year forgiveness period. So the homeowner will take ownership of the house at the beginning of that period, but they don't actually have to pay for the value of the house through that program. We actually forgive that through a forgivable loan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Jericon?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, say there's a unit now that's a little bit newer, say whether it's 20 or 30 years old, with a higher unit condition rating. If a family is living in there, say they have some adult siblings, then there's only one income. So would that homeowner take into consideration the older siblings or that kind of thing, or children, as a dependent, so that it can be calculated in the sale of that house? You know what I'm saying? Is because we got big families, in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. It's kind of a complex response. Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand the question, it would not affect the sale price of the house at all, because that's calculated based on the house, but we would be speaking with the family on the income that it comes into the house to ensure that they can afford to pay the utilities and operating costs. So we would be counseling and working with the family to make sure that they feel comfortable and that we feel comfortable there's adequate income to cover the cost of operating a house. We don't want to set somebody up for failure. And so that would be the conversation related to the income. It wouldn't affect the sale cost on the house itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday you had mentioned that there was over 2,900 public housing units you have. How are you guys going to, or better yet, how are you going to get rid of these northern rental units and Weber homes? So what's your inventory going to look like? Because we already know that 2036 CMHC is going to be cutting back to funding. So what is your plan in liquidating all these homes, these older homes through the community? Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 600 single-family dwellings across the Northwest Territories, and those units are currently up for sale, but we'd work with the client to making sure that they do have the adequate income to run a home, and also the upgrades that may be required for those units as well, too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to, say if there was a client that you had that lives in these Weber units and we're interested in purchasing that unit, but they have arrears, is there a way that you guys could have a plan to work with the homeowner to look at maybe liquidating these units, even though it's at or 40 or 50 years old, and say if it's rated at 45% on unit condition rating? Would you guys be able to look at something like that? Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there is an interest out there that, the individual does have arrears, we will enter into a payment plan. And if they are interested in a home ownership program, 3 to 5 years, I'm interested in working with that tenant, but I need to, I want to make sure that they're able to afford the fuel, the utilities, and so on for those units as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, and and I guess that you have to consider working with probably income support too, because some of these families, again, small communities, we don't have employment, and so I guess we have to be flexible. So would that something you guys consider as well? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The home ownership program this is why we look at the income to making sure that they're able to operate and maintain these units, that they would solely have to be able to cover the cost on their own. I'm not too sure about income support. I'd have to, if we're selling one unit and then depending on another social program to pay for the unit, that was not the intent. The intent is to have people become homeowners. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this budget this year, the CMHC has You guys have a $20 million budget there to get from CMC for your operation and maintenance. What's going to happen here now in 2036? It's going to come to an end. So how is Housing N.W.T. going to start dealing with public housing after 2036? What is your plan? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at what we may be looking at 2036, I can't predict the future, but we are working strategically within a department to try to find ways to recover and trying to take care of the declining CMHC funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. I believe the date is 2038. Mr. Jericon.
Well, yeah, regardless what date it is, I mean, we're still going to be, needing social housing, and so again, I'm not really sure how you're going to deal with this after those dates. I'm sure Canada is not going to just drop the ball and say, sorry, we can't give you any more money. I mean, at the end of the day, we are going to continue to need public housing. We also, like I said yesterday, we're going to need immediate housing, about $5 billion to catch up to housing and to make home ownership repairs, and additional maybe even 100 units a year. But somehow we still got to figure that out. Going forward, though, yesterday I asked a question in the budget here, I asked a question about the $5 million. There was $25 million that came from CERNAC, and then another 30 this year. Can you maybe explain to me where did that $5 million go to, and from the CERNAC money you received from the 60 million? I know you mentioned yesterday that your answer was all over the place, so I just want that question answered. Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the 30 million to be correct. This is the 30 million that is for this government here. That's a part of the 60 over 2 years. Is that what the member is speaking about? Thank you.
Merci, Mr. Jericon.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That funding has not been spent. That 30 million, 60 million altogether, that will be going towards the repair and renovation of public housing units across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Jericon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, when the budget was approved and we went through it, there was a commitment made of $5 million to be added into housing. And the question I have is that if there was a commitment made by the finance minister that money is going to go into housing, I want to know from the minister, did he get that money, and where did the money go to, and which community was impacted? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just trying to be clear on what the member was speaking about. So this was $5 million that was committed to housing over 3 years. This money was for the to support the 25% for the co-investment applications going forward. To date, we have 13 that have been approved, and I think there's another 8 that are in the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Jericon.
Okay, so would you be able to provide us the House in regards to the breakdown of that, so that I could see it in front of me, so that I understand where the money went to? Because whenever we make commitments, I mean, we got to make sure we're on top of that, and I just want to make sure that I understand where the money has gone to. So would the minister commit to that? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will provide that to the member. I don't want to take up all of his time reading a whole huge list. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Jericon.
Yeah, just a comment again. I just want to say that small communities do matter. Housing in the communities are in great supply. We need money. We need to come up with a plan. So again, yesterday I mentioned that we're going to have to start working closely with Indigenous governments. Again, going forward, and I kind of heard some of the responses yesterday. So anyway, 2038 is just around the corner when you really think about it. And thank you.
Merci for that. Next on the list, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are with the next section.
For the next section? Okay. Any further questions on this section, Finance and Infrastructure Services? Seeing no further questions, we shall move on to Programs and District Operations, beginning on page 387 with information items on pages 388 and 389. Any questions? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if the Housing Corp has kind of an overarching asset management plan. And I know we have our capital planning process, but I'm more just curious whether there is some sort of document that exists that sets out the asset management plan going forward for all of the units. Thank you.
I'll see. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Annually, the Housing Corporation does conduct a unit condition rating. Sorry, I'll have President or Vice President Richard Martin, Jim Martin respond. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so Housing, as the Minister mentioned, does undertake a regular review of our assets, both in terms of condition and age, and that this is good information to inform how we prioritize our dollars that are available for capital investment year to year. We also do look to the longer term, and we did outline in the core need report that was tabled I forget the date, that was tabled a year ago or so, but during the last review of the mains, and in that report, we did outline a 20-year outlook for required PH replacements to sustain our public housing stock, and those details were outlined there, and we did indicate that we needed to replace over that timeline approximately 1,300 units. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Admittedly, I have to delve into that report, and I know we always throw around these numbers of billions of dollars to get our stock up to where it should be. I'm just curious, we have a budget here with a $30 million increase, and that's good, because obviously, but do we have a kind of a monetary figure of, in an asset management plan, the last question is how are we going to pay for this, or what is it going to cost, of just the bare maintenance according to replacing that 1,300 unit number, how much money or additional money we need. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a big number. It's $1 billion. We mentioned this during the last review, but we do recognize it's a large number, and we do continue to certainly look for supplementary funding sources, such as the federal government, to help supplement our capital investments and stay ahead of this aging infrastructure investment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
No further questions. Just a comment that it'd be nice to get. I guess there's that $1 billion figure, which is to basically do the bare minimum and maintain our assets going forward and replace those that are well beyond their life. How much approximately is that per year that we would need? Yeah, I think that's probably a more tangible number for me to understand, is how much would we have to increase the Housing Corp's budget to just meet that basic asset management standard? Thank you.
Is there a question? Is there a question?
What? There was a question there.
Well, I was speaking with some. All right, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin reveal the number. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So annualized, that would be around 55 million a year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see. Okay, next on the list, we got Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's lots of good programs here under the grants and contributions and transfers part, and I would be remiss if I didn't ask about the seniors aging in place retrofits and repairs. Noting that it has dropped slightly from the 2022-2023, and I'm on page 388 of the estimates. I'm just curious to know why we're seeing a little bit of a drop there, and given, I think that we've had lots of conversation around keeping seniors at home as long as possible. It's a quite important topic. So could the minister provide more information on that? Thank you.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin explain the reason why the number has dropped. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so the seniors aging in place amount here at 2.1 for the 22-23 revised reflects the additional funding that was invested into the home ownership programs overall. Part of that $4 million that was mentioned. For the subsequent year, a component of that funding was allocated to the expansion of the 100 units to cover the O&M for 23-24. So that explains the slight delta there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I'm understanding that right, a portion of the money that was meant to go directly to these retrofits and repairs was then used for administrative purposes by the department? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was the operation and maintenance of the 100-unit rollout. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Knockleby.
Is that a yes then? It went to, okay, I'll move on. I'll follow up with the minister after. I'm just looking at the preventative maintenance program line item as well, and I do note that it has stayed the same from the revised estimates. That's on the same page right now. So it's sitting at 1.244 million. When we've done some of our community tours under social development, we've seen units within the different places, and I'm thinking of Betchico right now, where there's not an obvious reason to an outsider or an untrained eye why that unit isn't being fixed up and repurposed or having someone moved into it. So to me, what's the saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of flesh. And so I don't understand why we wouldn't want to be increasing funding into the preventative maintenance program in order to sort of to decrease our expenses down the line in repairs. Can the minister speak more to whether we're going to see that line item increase soon, or if there's other funding that can be accessed to do the same work? Thank you.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's two things that are happening right now. The first is that, as noted, there was an increase to these overall budgets implemented as of last year that we're starting to take applications for. The second thing, as folks will have seen through some of the recent announcements, a number of the programs we're adjusting the individual components, the individual limits to those programs, and preventative maintenance is one of them. So we're increasing the individual amount available for each preventative maintenance application, or application for a suite of programs, as it soon will be. So the first thing we have to do is get these programs rolling out, and then we will monitor and adjust as is required from there, taking into account where we see the pressure points. There are a whole bunch of changes happening at once, and it's a little bit hard to assess where the pressure points are going to be until we get a year or two under our belt with the combined changes. But we will be taking a look at it and monitoring it on an annual basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Ms. Knockleby.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think you have to sometimes, and I keep saying, let's move at 80% instead of always waiting for 99, which is unattainable. So I do like that idea of what I'm hearing, and then it being an iterative process that the findings would be looked at. I guess under that, my question or comment would be, if we are finding that people, and I'm assuming this is people, if they're coming in to get this money, that it's potentially going to be oversubscribed, I'm assuming. And so if that is the case, and there's more want than we have money for, would the department be looking to come back to us for more money for that, or would they be just saying, no, we're done with our money for this time period? Thank you.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once the review is done, we'd possibly be bringing this back during our business plan review. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Ms. Nalkabi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now looking at the homeownership initiative. It's my understanding that the N.W.T or the department has halted intakes on this program until the summer, and not due to a limit of funds, but rather an inability to process all the applications that are coming in. I'm hearing often from constituents and people, particularly as I have a riding that has several apartment buildings, but then also several single dwellings. A lot of people are wanting to move between those two and are finding that they just have no options. The fact that they need to move super quickly as well to purchase homes when they do become available is also an added stress. And so basically I'm hearing a futility in the group, the sort of demographic of people that should be now purchasing their homes, settling down more, starting their families, and most of them feel quite bleak that they're going to have any opportunity to do so in the Northwest Territories. So $814,000 is very low. Can the minister, the department, speak a little bit more to, am I correct that the application intake has been halted? And sort of what is the plan there to get that not waiting till till the summer? Thank you.
See, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I mentioned a moment ago, we have a lot of moving things happening at the same time. And we had just a bit of a miscommunication internally in terms of that program versus all of the other program changes and the move to a single intake process. So no, we are still accepting applications for the home purchase program. And the district office is happy to see folks if they'd like to come in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Ms. Nalkabi.
I'm glad to hear that, and honestly, I think it would be good to maybe get some messaging out, and I don't know that I've been busy with session, but it might be out there already, but I do think there is a still perception that our program has been shut down for now. My next question is around the home ownership repair and mobility modifications program. And so it's my understanding that this has to do with helping people with disabilities and such live within a non-institutional setting or at their home. Again, very low amounts of money. We have an aging population. I get that there's sort of an overlap of seniors aging in place with disabilities and modifications for that. So is there, can the Minister Department comment on, do we see that, oh, you know what, and I'm looking at the wrong number, but okay, well, maybe if the Minister of the Department can speak a little bit further to that and where that program is at and whether or not we're seeing, again, more need than maybe we have money for. Thank you.
Masi, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the member is speaking about the home ownership repair mobility modification program, 1.9 million increase. Is that the line that you're? Okay. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin elaborate on, because we were undersubscribed during COVID. So if you could just explain. Oh. I'll just have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young.
There's just so many changes. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the one thing I want to say here is that, as folks may be aware, we're moving back to a one intake process effective this coming year. And one of the things that's going to allow us to do is take a look at an application and move it to the right place within our budgets and try to monitor that more closely and, adjust within as we are working through the year to make sure that we're addressing. One of the things we heard, and one of the reasons we're moving back to a one intake, is that if you weren't quick off the gun and getting your application at the beginning of the year, we would run out of money before somebody with perhaps a higher need was getting addressed. By going back to the one intake process, we can compare applications and address the most urgent priorities and work through the system that way, and then try to balance through programs. So that's the attempt we're going to be making with the changes we're making this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you to President Young for giving me 4 more seconds so I can ask one more question there. So yeah, I do really appreciate that, and actually what I'm hearing, I'm hoping, is that this is now transitioning to more of a wraparound client service or focused thing. So I think that is great, and sounds like people have been listening to our side of the house. So my last question has to do with the Habitat for Humanity line item. There is no money, no contribution. I have only heard good things about this program. I'm assuming we've just sunsetted our contribution. However, can the Minister Department speak to whether or not there is more want to increase Habitat for Humanity funding, and how they see that organization playing a role in addressing our housing needs? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This program is very successful. I think we've, we've opened one of the, or celebrated one of the units that were open here in Yellowknife, and there was a plan to be constructing, I think, 3 more. I'll have President Young respond of the 50,000 contribution that we were contributing to this program annually. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martin.
I speak too fast.
Sorry, Ms. Young.
Mr. Chair, the Habitat for Humanities is partly being funded through the National Co-Investment Program. So what we've done internally is, instead of taking this money out of grants and contributions, we're taking it out of the $5 million annual contribution we have for cost matching for Habitat for Humanities. We do still have a partnership with them. We have a commitment to do at least 10 builds, and they are seeking currently more federal funding through Canada. So it is a wonderful program, and we do hope to continue it. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair.
Merci, Cho. Any further questions in this section here? Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my first question is in regards to the Canada N.W.T Housing Benefit Program. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to whether or not this program continues to be fully subscribed, and also what the total amount is with the G&WT and federal contribution combined. Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This program is a 50-50 cost share that we did renew an agreement with them, I want to say 2 years ago, and we do have a contribution made territorially. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond. Could you let them know what it was?
Mr. Martin.
Compared to the increase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For 23-24, we have a budget of 2.7. This year, we have client intakes. Sorry, just a sec here. Yeah, currently, right now, Housing N.W.T is supporting approximately 270 clients. And the expectation is that the funds that are available will be able to fully support that client intake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Cleveland.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if there are any applicants who are denied, either because they do not fit the criteria outlined or because the fund is fully subscribed. Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Yeah, we haven't declined. We have money this year, but some will be declined for criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This year, due to the increase that has happened over the agreement with Canada, we have had enough money to fund applications this year. There would be some applications who may not be eligible due to the criteria of the program, but we have been able to, everyone who's been eligible, we've been able to meet their needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will say that from my office, this is probably one of the programs that gets recommended the most to constituents who are especially just really being hit hard by inflationary increases that we're feeling in the territory. And so it's definitely a program that is much used and much appreciated by the people of the Northwest Territories, and I definitely recommend that the government continues to support this, especially right now with the economic landscape across the country. My next question is in regards to some of the programs that are offered by Housing N.W.T, and I do note a bit of an increase here to the programs in different operations or regional operations. And I'm wondering, has the major and minor home repair program specific to seniors aging in place, have those been fully subscribed over the last year? Thank you.
I'll see, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they have been. Thank you.
Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, one of the concerns that I have, and I understand that there's a process that Housing N.W.T follows, but the minor and major home repair program, as well as the home mobility and accessibility modifications program offered by Housing N.W.T, the first two are for health and safety related repairs for seniors aging in place, and then the second one is for people really to be able to access their home and use their home. And my concern is that the application period is isolated to April 1st through to November 31st. And we're all human. We know that life changes don't happen on a schedule and never when it's most convenient. And so I'm wondering what happens when people need major or minor repairs to a home outside of April 1st to October 31st, or changes to their home due to mobility and accessibility challenges. Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a number of programs that are here, and looking at that program intake, it was to looking at for material delivery, making sure we do have those available in the smaller communities. But should they miss that application time period, we will be looking at the emergency repair program. We won't turn the client away. We will try our best to making sure that they are accommodated through the programming that we do have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if the Housing Corporation and people in the Northwest Territories understand that sometimes, things can't be transported right away because of whether it's breakup or freeze up or anything else that's going on. That's just a way of life in the Northwest Territories. But I'm wondering if we can remove kind of an administrative burden or something that might turn people off from a program and really take away the April 1st to October 31st deadline on applications, and just look at applications as they come through the door, especially related to health and safety and mobility and accessibility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take that back to the department. Thank you.
Merci, Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions on this section. Thank you.
Merci. Ms. Wayalon Armstrong.
North Slave District Office, there's an increase from 21-22 to 23-24. I just want to ask or know how many of these will be allocated to Clecho region, these funds?
Merci. Minister.
Just a second. I'm just trying to find the section here. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From 22-23 to 23-24 main estimates in the North Slave District, there's a projected increase there of approximately 1.2 million. And that's explained by the additional investment in home ownership programming for the district, and that does include certainly the Clecho region. And these are programs that are application based, so an exact determination of the allocation to Clecho would have to be determined following the application process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Wheel on Armstrong.
So that's not, that's for the, can they be specific on what that program is for?
Oops. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That increase includes all the programs that will be receiving an increase in 23-24. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Wheel on Armstrong.
No, I was just wondering because if that includes the LHO office.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, that doesn't. Thank you. Doesn't.
Okay. Ms. Wheel on Armstrong.
Okay, thank you. And here on the next page, on page 389, here it says North Slave District Office, or North Slave active positions. And here you recognize Clecho, but there's nothing there. Why is that?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Arclicho office, we have one position in Beshico, and our headquarters office runs out of Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Wheel on Armstrong.
Okay, I said that North Slave District Office here, it says there's, you recognize North Slave District Office for the active position, and I mean, for North Slave District, but you recognize Clecho, but there's nothing allocated there. So I asked, why is that?
Merci. That was for the active positions on 389. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Sorry, I was commenting on the wrong section. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Young. Mr. Martin.
Eleanor Young. President Young.
Oh, Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe this is just a formatting. The format for the pages is something that we fill out for the main estimates, but as you can see, we've filled it all out as North Slave office positions for 12 positions. So there is, oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Wheel on Armstrong.
Okay, well, North Slave District Office, there's, it's not just Clecho region, four Clecho communities. There's Tlitzoque, there's Deda, there's Dilo, there's Tlitzoque. So how many of this position goes to the outlying communities?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, can the member repeat her question?
Ms. Wheel on Armstrong. Can you...
Okay, I just said that it's not just Clecho communities. There's four Clecho communities. There's that Dera, Dilo, there's Tlitzoque, there's Fort Resolutions, and Yellowknife headquarters. I mean, North Slave, you know, Yellowknife is, for us, it's headquarters. So I'm just, how many of this position is allocated in the outlying communities?
Merci. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to correct, it's the four Clecho communities, Tlitzoque and Yellowknife and Deda Dilo. Fort Res is in our South Slave region for our purposes. And the 12 positions work with all of the communities listed. So there'll be program officers, technical staff, finance staff. They work with all communities, all LHOs out of that district office. They're not assigned per community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Whale on Armstrong.
Okay. Thank you. Will the minister commit to decentralizing the North Slave District Office to the communities?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a conversation that is actually happening at the Clecho Housing Working Group. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Whale on Armstrong.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's good. You know. I think then we know that, we'll get, the program will be operating effectively and efficiently, and especially for the people and then for the elders, that require interpreters and all that. So seniors aging in place, retrofit and repairs, okay, it increases. It increased, this year to 23, 24, it increased. So I just want to ask, for the income threshold, what is the income threshold? Is it the same in all the regions, or is it different, like from Tuck to Pacheco?
Merci, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the purposes of these programs, I believe the income threshold is the same, but I will preface that by saying, and the income thresholds are under review in 23-24, so that's a live conversation at the moment about whether those income thresholds need to be reconsidered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Whelan-Armstrong.
Thank you. It's good. It's being reviewed, but can you give us a number? Like, there must be a number, because the reason why I'm asking is because we have a lot of seniors aging at home, and we have a lot of people that retire, and even for two income, they apply for that program. They're not eligible, and they went from being two income earners, household, to retirement, and it's difficult for them to make ends meet. And so, because of this income threshold, they need repair done to their unit, to their house. But as a result of the income threshold, they're denied most of the time. And they were a taxpayer, and they provided to the program and services that's being delivered right now. So that's why I asked if it's if there's a number that, if they have a number, it would be nice if they can share it with us. Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will follow up with the member. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan-Armstrong.
Okay. For emergency repair, that is another important one too, where there's lots of issues, especially for the private homeowners. So that one too also increase, and I just wanted to ask for 23-24, I know it's for 23-24, and I know that they are collecting, or I know people are applying for the new fiscal year because they're saying that for this program, there's no more funds. So when can people start receiving some repair done to their place? Do they have to wait until April 1st, or can they receive funds or help for the emergency repair to their units before April 1st?
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applications, there should not be restrictions on when the applications are to be received, and we are taking basically the one window approach, working with our clients as well, and to try to best accommodate their housing needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Whelan-Armstrong.
Okay, just wait. Okay. Habitat for Humanity. So there's nothing allocated for this year. I just wanted to ask if, I know they were advertising before, so how does this Habitat for Humanity works?
Merci, Ms. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have an agreement with Habitat for Humanity to be committed to. I think it's 10 units. I'll have President Young elaborate on the programming and the agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, to clarify, there is money for Habitat, but it's coming out of our capital budget, not our operating budget. So we do have 100,000 still this year, I believe it is, for Habitat identified. With Habitat, it's, as the minister said, a partnership. They have a board and an executive director. They receive applications and screen applications and look for clients for the programs. Their goal at this point is to try to do half their units in Yellowknife and half their units outside of Yellowknife. And so I do know that they are trying to look at Betchico for the coming delivery cycle if they can find a client there. So they'd be advertising, looking for clients to apply in Betchico. They have delivered in Yellowknife and N.W.T more recently. But the criteria for the program are under Habitat for Humanities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Next, we have Ms. Marcellos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is with regards to line in program detail, Vice President's Office. In the main estimates, it has 383,000. And in the previous Finance and Infrastructure Services, it has 510,000. So that adds up to 893,000 for the Vice President's Office. I wonder what that entails. Could you just give me a brief I'm asking that question.
In district operations?
The previous section and this section, and it adds up to 893,000 rather than one line. It's almost the same as the expenses with the President's Office, Mr. Chair, so I'm just wondering why separate them? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a change for 23-24 main estimates with the VP Office for Programs. The coordinator position was reprofiled from the VP Office into Program Development. And that was subsequently restructured under a new position reporting to the Director of Programs. And that explains the reduction from 22-23 to 23-24. So we're essentially down to two positions in the VP office for programs and district operations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Marcellos.
My second question is, I've heard the minister say that they're going client-based, and other people saying that they appreciate the client-based direction that the Housing Corp is taking. If you're really serious about this, I would like to see oversight for the client-based programs. There should be a neutral oversight appeal board for clients. And I wonder if the minister or the department will examine this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At one time in the past, there was a board that was established for housing, and we're looking at reinstating that as well too through the strategic renewal. I'll have President Young elaborate on the details. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, as the minister said, we're re-engaging with getting an appeal board structured, and it is external folks that would be asked to be on the board. That appeals structure hears certain types of claims, like things like rental assessments and things like that. It does not hear things that would typically go to the rental office under the Department of Justice. So we do have to separate the two functional areas. They'll hear certain types of claims, and the claims that are appropriate to go through the Residential Tenancies Act would go to the rental office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Marcellos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to see a policy on expulsion of drug dealers within the Housing Corp. We have many drug dealers that seem to be be able to rent these houses, get into housing very easily, and pay the minimum rent because they're not working, but they're doing other things, and big fancy cars sitting outside their house. I think that we have to have a policy. I don't know how we could deal with that, but we have to think of something creative and innovative to ensure that this is not happening, and that we look after families that really require housing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that I've recognized as well too, and I call them high traffic areas as well, and just looking at the health and safety of the tenants in our units and also the families as well. We do try to work with our tenancy agreements as well too, and I want to enhance those agreements as well, and just a lot more education with the clients. But I do understand that it requires a lot more attention than just basically that. We need legislation, we need something to drive and making sure that we do this correctly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Martzellos?
I want to, Mr. Chair, I'd like to question the seniors aging in place retrofits and repairs. Does that come with a means test for seniors? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that does come with a means test. Thank you.
Merci. Ms. Martzellos?
I also want to, Mr. Chair, I want to question the means test for the home ownership program. Does that come under a means test also? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Martzellos?
So, Mr. Chair, if we're going to continually using the means tests for seniors and for people who are trying to gain ownership, just because I had a client from Fort Smith that applied to the home ownership program and were refused. They were just like 10,000 over. The whole philosophy of home ownership has got to change, and also the means test for seniors. If we truly believe in some of our statements that we make in this House. You're discouraging people from working. We should be encouraging people to work. And until that is switched around to the Housing Corp, we will never make change within our own people that want to have home ownership, that are able to, should be encouraged to work, and there should be a minimum amount of people who, like the minimum wage amount that should be assessed at a certain thing, but there should be a certain minimum payment monthly for people to encourage them to work. And until we change all these factors within the Housing Corp, things are not going to change too much. And I wonder if people start stepping back and looking at the whole picture, if we could make change. And I think that's the only way we are going to make change. We have all these policies coming from people who do not know our people, okay? We have bureaucrats writing these policies that are not okay. And I wonder if we could try and correct that, and the minister could be more innovative, staff could be more innovative, the junior staff also be more innovative to our clients in all of the N.W.T, because they're the people that are accessing this housing are the ones that require some hope for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the work that the housing has been doing up until this point, we are in the process right now of reviewing all of our programs as well. We work very closely with the Council of Leaders, and they have put forward their discussions with us as well on what should be changed. The Council of Leaders is the Indigenous governments throughout the Northwest Territories who equally participate. With that, we have been, they have been contributing to the changes that you'll see in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Marcellus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question is, there's 56 applicants for home ownership that were done across the territories. How many actually are complete? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of those applications, there's a lot of back and forth that are going on, to try to making sure that these applications are successful. I don't have the number in front of me right now, but we do our best to try to support the individuals. What I've seen so far is some clients are interested in the home ownership program, and once they realize that they're paying $300 a month, $800 a month, and just kind of questioning the utility costs and the maintenance of the units, but we try our best to try to counsel the tenants, and also encouraging them that they're still going to be eligible for our programming. Just because they got into the home ownership does not eliminate them from applying back to the Housing Corporation for any type of upgrades further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Did you have another follow-up?
Mr. Chair, I asked just the number of completed applicants, and I got a big long spill, and I really would appreciate that the minister be very direct in the answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies to the member. I just wanted to describe what it's like to try to process these applications. I will follow up with her with the number. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions, actually. The first one, I guess, just to elaborate there on what Mrs. Marcellus had talked about, which is the means test. The means test, can you tell me, I guess, how it is used? Like, is it just based on income, or does it take into account the cost of living as well? Like, you might have somebody who has an older home, they're above the threshold, but their cost of living brings them down below that threshold. Like, how is it used? Thank you.
All right, merci. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's based just on income right now, but then what the member is describing is exactly what I want the changes to reflect, to making sure that we don't set the clients up for failure, we don't put them into a deficit that they're not able to operate and maintain their home, that we create the programming and create the changes that is best suited for the client. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One issue I want to bring up, and it's probably under the major repairs, and is in Hay River we have an issue, and in maybe other communities as well, where they use wood basements. We have a number in Hay River I know that are compromised because of frost, and the repair costs for those are probably $100,000 plus. And I'm just wondering if there's any programs or if there's any, I guess, appetite to look for additional money to help those seniors that are facing that. Because I know in Hay River there's a few seniors that have issue and continue to have issues with their wooden basements, and which is really compromising their house, and it's a safety issue. Thank you.
Merci. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll bring that back to the department. I know there's several unique situations throughout the territory. I want to use N.W.T as an example as well too, where we have severe mold issues with the kind of builds that we construct in that area as well. I'd like to bring that back to the department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had sent a request in the department, I guess, on that issue, and I don't recall getting a response, but I'm glad I received one here today, and I hope that you can do something with it, and it may be looking at a separate program that's probably a double major repair program, because it's going to be costly. The other thing I want to just talk about is seniors aging in place, and with respect to their retrofits and repairs, do you have the numbers, I guess, in front of you? How many applicants, how many were approved, and how many were denied? Thank you.
We'll see. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the member could, is this for seniors programming? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Simpson?
Seniors aging in place, retrofits and repairs?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond with the numbers. Thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the approved applicants under the Seniors Aging in Place Retrofits and Repairs Program, for 21-22, there was 128 applicants approved. And up to January of this year, we're already up to 203. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And out of the, I guess, the total number of applications received, how many were denied, and I guess the reasons for denial? I guess lack of money would be one, but what else would there be? Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We try to work with our client. If they're not, you know, I don't want to complicate what it is that we do. If they are denied for one programming or we're oversubscribed, we try our best to try to move that program around, or what type of repairs that individual may need. The department tries very hard not to deny the clients. We don't have that number in front of us right now, but we can get back can get back with to the member with the number. Thank you.
Merci. Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One issue that I see arises once in a while is the fact that seniors who have been approved under retrofits and repairs in communities, I guess, where like Hay River is going to be an issue. I'll use that as an example just because of the flooding and the amount of work that's going on there. I know there's people looking to have work done this year. They've been approved, and I know the costs, when the costs come in, they're probably going to be a lot more than what you think it's going to be, and it's going to be over the limit. How do you deal with that? Do you top it up a bit, or you just put it on the client to pick up the difference? Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the changes that we have made with the seniors program is we increased, I think it's the seniors aging in place modification and repair from, I think it was 10,000 to 15,000, and we eliminated the copay. But I'll just have Eleanor respond further on the details. President Young. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a number of mitigation tactics we'll use. One might be to rescope the project if that's possible within the scope of the project. We also can look at different procurement techniques. So for example, perhaps bundling like projects together to try to get pricing that will work within the budgets we've got. We try, because these are set in policy, we do try to work within the program caps as much as possible. So we try to use those other techniques first to try to accommodate that, or split it over 2 years. There's a number of tactics we can use to try to accommodate it if that's the issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and that's good to hear that at least you're looking at ways to kind of reduce that cost and get it within budget. Because I know in Hay River there are a number of people with compromised roofs on their houses, and with that, they've been tarped for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, and they've been, there's been ongoing damage because of water and that as well, which then, it's the insulation on the inside, it's the electrical, and the whole issue just in damage gets more costly. So, the quicker we can actually deal with with these issues as they arise, the better. So I guess more of a comment than anything. Thank you.
Merci. Minister, do you want to provide?
Thank you.
Any further questions? In this section, Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. This is the section where there's some discussion of home ownership programs, and I'm just wondering, how does the Housing Corporation what kind of metrics, what kind of measurements that it keeps around home ownership? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young elaborate on the response. Thank you.
Mr. Young.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And primarily our metrics would be based on applications, number of applications we receive in any given year, the budgets that's spent on any given year. We don't have an awful lot of detail of homes outside of those that we support through our programming. But in terms of our own programming, we would keep a fair amount of data about amount of money we spend on programming, a number of homes we approve, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. O'Reilly.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if I guess the corporation is going to continue to promote home ownership, I think you probably need to measure it a little bit better. Is it, I don't know, do you look at sales of vacant units, or, do any of the clients in public housing get opportunities or options to purchase the homes that they live in? And if so, how's that tracked over time? I guess I'm just trying to figure out, how do you actually measure success of your home ownership programs? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we had began in the life of this government that home ownership was identified as a priority, letters have gotten out to all public housing tenants that were possibly eligible or interested in becoming homeowners. I said that previously that the uptake of it was not as strong as I thought it possibly would be. So then we ended up coming up with a different type of home ownership programming where we have the 3 to 5 years and the forgivable with that as well. I'll have President Young elaborate on the further details. Thank you.
Ms. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to add to what the minister said, really, the way we design our programs will lend itself to some of that reporting. So we have the Homeownership Initiative, which is the sale of public housing units in our communities. We have the Home Purchase Program, which is more in market communities. And we do track any of our own vacant units that we sell. So we would be able to provide that kind of detail on a year-over-year basis. And that's why I meant, when we track it by program is the easiest way for us to be able to measure success and see change year over year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see, Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, those are good metrics. And I guess while we're just on the subject of metrics and data, and does the Housing Corporation actually produce an annual report that tracks all of these sort of metrics, indicators, and where do people find that? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I'll see, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just track the approval of the applications right now. We don't really have anything in place. We just create that type of report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll see, Mr. O'Reilly.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm sure if I go to the public accounts, I'm going to find audited financial statements for the Housing Corporation, but is there sort of like a performance report or, to tell people what you folks do? Because if you don't, maybe that's a good thing to start. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have an annual report that is created, just identifying what it is that we need to look at for improvement as well, to whether our programmings were successful or not. But we will be looking forward as for further improvements. And there's a lot of areas that data collection and data collection and other services that we may need to. We may need to establish here within the corporation to better track our information out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else, but I do want to encourage the Housing Corporation, or whatever you call yourselves, after April 1st, to start to track some of these metrics and data. And I know my colleague from Cam Lake has raised this with you. So collect the data, but just as important as collecting it is reporting it. Because if you don't collect and report, you got no way to improve. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Merci. Any further questions on this section? Mr. Jericon.
Mr. Chairman, I've already asked some questions, but I got two more questions. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention that. Or, okay. Can I ask my two questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to figure out how we could continue to build new relationships in governments, Indigenous governments here in the Northwest Territories, and I'm just trying to figure a way, because last year I sent a letter to the Minister of the Housing Corporation going back to June 10th, 2022, and regarding housing N.W.T repairs or home ownership replacement for Tuna-Debility writing. And based on my tour, my writing, I put together a letter and a list of names of people that really need their homes repaired. And it's a long list of names that I have for my 4 communities, outlining basically the scope of work and what needs to get done. But it was clear that when I got a letter back 3 months later, more or less saying that the Housing Corporation is working with the Indigenous governments on the housing strategy and that kind of thing. But I think what needs to be very clear here is that what I was asking for too, as well, is that that we need an additional $350,000, but that is probably could be up to $400,000 now, to actually do a unit condition rating of all the private homes in my riding. And the purpose of that is to, as you know, you already know what the unit condition ratings are. And just for people that don't know, is if you have a home and you go into the community and say the life cycle of a house is 50 years and that home is 20 years old or 25 years old, then you want to get that building assessed so that it meets the National Building Code and all applicable codes that goes along. So, then you could hire somebody to come in and to do an inspection. You look at the building, you look at the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, the structure itself, etc., to give you an idea, if that unit needs repairs. So out of 100%, if a door is the jamb is split or whatever it may be, you could repair it or replace it, then you'll know. And you do that to the whole house. And then at the end, you rate that house at, say, at 60%. Well, then we get all these homes in the community, the private homes that we want to take a look at, but for that 60%, there's 40% of work that needs to get done to bring that building up to code. So on average, looking at the Housing Corporation tenders for public housing retrofits, they're coming in anywhere from 150 to 200,000, depending on where it is. So having said that, but in my writing, we get over 500 and probably 50 homes, less public housing units. So we'll just say 350 homes that needs to be looked at as an example. But the thing is that the replacement costs on those things are probably going to be $222 million if we were to take that same 350 homes and replace it. So, but the repair costs, on a higher number, it could be up to $70 million to take that home and bring it back up, raising the life cycle from another 30 years if we were to do it. So I'm just thinking outside the box, where if we could take that 350,000 or whatever it costs to do it. I asked this question earlier, and I think it was people didn't really understand why I was asking this money, and essentially it was just to have somebody come into that unit that's certified, that's journeyman, that's able to understand the mechanical, electrical, building structure, etc. And they sign off on it, and then once it's signed off, then you can figure out what the cost is going to be to fix all those units. So I think we have a good thing here. I think if we could work together and trying to help find that money and give it to the Indigenous government so they could hire their own people to do the inspections. Having said that, then maybe we could be forging new relationships and look at maybe working together and applying for money from CERNAC together, and then come up with a plan. Come up with a plan over 4 or 5 years to make all the repairs in the communities. And I think that's a good initiative because, like I said, if the replacement cost is over $222 million, versus 70 million just to bring it up to code, well, that's a good investment. And it's good for the community, it creates jobs, it's healthy for the families and so on. There's so much that could come out of this. So I'm just wanting to see if there's a way that maybe going forward that I wrote a letter, like I said last year, maybe if we could pull that letter out and look at it again and try to work together and see how we could try to make that happen. Again, we could apply to CERNAC and help with that. And then also, once we get that together, we could come up with a plan and work with the communities. And then it's a win-win for everybody. So I just want to mention that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to try not to take up too much time. I'm kind of excited for the member to speak about this as well, because the Gushakotin Housing Society has been the only community that has taken this initiative and has taken housing to their own level, and actually even beyond. Right now, they've accessed money through the federal government, have a strong working relationship with CMHC, and don't really require for us to be at the table, but for us to be partnering and supporting their initiatives going forward. They actually do have the unit condition ratings as well too, and they have looked at the home ownership and not public housing, but looking at housing repairs for their own communities. Right now, they do have a couple of apprentices that are attending school in Fort Smith. They've got some high school students that are attending the SNAP program in Fort Smith as well too. And with that housing society, they went and took 3 of their individual employees, and they are taking a leadership program with Aurora College as well. So that just displays how significant and partnership can be. Working together at a smaller community and really watching them navigate themselves through the federal system and just exercising their own leadership. It's quite inspiring. But if it could be done in that community, it could be done in any community throughout the territory. So I like for the members going with those comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Mr. Jericon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Minister, for your response. I think it's a really good idea that I like what they've done in Fort Good Hope. We were there last fall, and we like what we've seen there too as well. So I guess maybe what I could do is I want to make sure and be very clear that what I'm asking for is separate and outside from what the housing strategies that's already ongoing in the communities of YK, DFN, and Dada and the Tutsuke and Ford Resolution. This year is a separate little project where we could just really work together and identify what the the units are, and then what are going to cost to repair those things and so on. And it's going to be a win-win. So I think if we could look at it that way, and then I would like to, if it's okay with the minister, I'd like to forward that email and back to you and see if we could work together on it and if we could get some kind of commitment. And I just got off the phone with the chief in Fort Resolution, and he's excited if we could do that, because it's a win-win where we could get jobs, and we need jobs in the community. So anyway, so if it's okay, and maybe working with the deputy minister, and, try to at least come up with a plan and figure something out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Merci.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to following up with the member. Thank you.
Merci. Mr. Jericon. Mr. Jericon, you had any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think I have a commitment from her already, so I look forward to reaching out to her and trying to get this thing sorted out. Merci.
All right, merci. Are there any further questions on this section? We can live with it. Alrighty. Let's see what the program says. Okay, no further questions on this section. There's an additional information item on page 390. Lease commitments. Any questions? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be remiss not to mention my favorite landlord, Northview, who I know since we leased from them, we're now sharing security costs at one of their buildings. And I don't really want to head down a path where we have to add security guards to all of our public housing units. We certainly cannot afford to do that. And I'll note security guards don't house people, so there's money probably better spent. But I guess my point here is, are we going out to retender any of these leases anytime soon? And I'll note, if we're going to do that, we're going to have to do it in real small sections and probably phone some landlords. There's not a lot of people who can just give you 80 units in response to a tender. But are we going to get out of these leases anytime soon? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, we are looking at trying to get out of, I think it's 21 of the leases, but also trying to do things differently as well, too. Instead of putting this out and looking for 80 leases, we're trying to, not that, don't record that number. I'm just exaggerating. I don't know if it's 80 or 40 or whatever, but just trying to break it up so we have smaller businesses that may be able to get into any type of agreement with us that may have 10 units available and not 60 kind of thing. But we're looking at options to better accommodate the leases here in Yellowknife and throughout the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And can someone just help me understand? My understanding is that Housing First currently also operates out of Northview through leasing, but I'm just wondering if we hold those leases, or the nonprofit does, or whether that has anything to do with the Housing Corp. Thank you.
Minister.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Housing First is not our program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. Johnson.
No, just I hope we can find some creative ways to, slowly diversify the way we are leasing and, work with some smaller landlords. I don't even think it's, there's some fourplexes in town. I think we could probably try and lease, and if you get something like a fourplex with separate entrances, you're not going to have people selling crack in the hallways, and, you're not going to need security. So I think with some creativity, we can diversify this. Thank you.
Merci. Are there any further comments, Ms. Knuckleby?
Yeah, just quickly, something my colleague said made me wonder. If we want to get out of leases because we're trying to get them into smaller, or sort of get more landlords involved in our portfolio, for lack of a better word, but yet we have a housing deficit, I don't understand then why we wouldn't just turn around and lease more spaces to have more housing units. why do we need to remove leases to add new leases and not just have more spaces as needed? Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have President Young respond. Thank you.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Vice President may be able to add some specific numbers to what I'm going to explain, but the money that we're using to pay for a lease is basically equivalent to what we're paying for operating for a public housing unit that we would own. The numbers may be slightly off, but it's the same money that we're talking about. So if we let go of a lease, we'll be using for that money to pay for the public housing unit we put the client into. So it's the same money right now it's either paying for a lease or it's paying operating costs for a public housing unit. So there isn't, getting out of one doesn't give us more money to spend on more units. I guess the only net impact, if we have our own units, then the public units that are out there are available to other clients outside of maybe Canada Housing Benefit clients or other programs, but they wouldn't be, under a public housing lease per se. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Merci. Ms. Knockaby?
Yeah, I probably didn't maybe explain my question right. It's been a very long day. So I guess why would we not add more leases? I'm not talking about so we would actually need more money, not saying that can we free up any money by doing this, more of a sense of if there really is, and I mean, I guess I'm answering my own question because I don't think you're really going to find any spaces, so it's probably a moot point, but I think if we have people on a waiting list and we have the ability to enter into new leases, then we should be doing that to just get people housed. But again, maybe that's more of a comment, Mr. Chair. I don't know if the department wants to answer. Thanks.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take that as a comment.
Any further questions?
Actually, this might be a little bit of leeway as well, but since my colleague brought up the security at these apartments, and it is my understanding the security that has been jointly hired does look after several of the apartments, not just one building in particular, but it is my understanding that the more specialized firm that had been hired earlier on, coming from Alberta, is no longer being contracted, and it's back to northern security firms. And could the minister of the department confirm if that is truly the case? Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond. Thank you.
Mr. Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As was noted, Housing N.W.T has entered into a partnership with Northview and does recognize the importance of security and ensuring the safety of our tenants. And we are in a current agreement with them under existing lease arrangements, and we're now assessing an extension of those arrangements. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Knockaby?
Yeah, my question was, is that southern firm still being contracted for this work, or has it gone back to northern companies that don't have necessarily the same specialized training as that southern firm had? Thank you.
Merci, Minister.
Yeah, it's still with the...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have Vice President Jim Martin respond. Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Housing N.W.T does have a number of has funding arrangements in place with Yellowknife Housing Authority and is supporting the local security firms for a number of our own buildings. But in addition to that, we are in a current arrangement with the risk control company, which, as was mentioned, is a southern company at this time. Now, I should mention as well, just a supplemental, that we understand that risk control does also have 2 local employees working with them at this time as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Knockaby?
Thank you. And I do appreciate that at the time when I was raising this issue and the department was responding, and the reason to bring in that southern firm was that training. But, as that goes farther, and I'd hear that we're looking at this contract and this arrangement, I feel that maybe the best way to maybe go forward, and perhaps you have to pull the colleague in from ECE or something is to help, or to ITI is to, help develop the local firms to have that capacity in the north to do that more critical risk control type work, which does, require specific types of training that just aren't available. I do want to note that I have looked and seen the security guard position posted for our largest lease provider, or largest landlord, and it's like, I want to say the salary range is like $18 to $23 an hour full-time. So I can't remember what that worked out to, but it was like, I want to say 60,000 max, maybe, not even, for some of it. And for that level of pay to be doing that level of work is just unacceptable, and really, I think, is a liability. So more, again, of a comment, but I really feel that rather than us saying this is a problem, we can't deal with it, and I don't like security guards there. However, let's try to develop that northern people, and I'm happy to hear, but I don't want to see the answer be that company comes up and sets up another shop, and that competes with 4 other firms that are operating here already. So while it's great they're hiring local, I would rather see we build that capacity into the northern firms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Minister, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. I'll take that as a comment. That's really good information. Thank you.
Ms. Knockleby?
Mr. Chair.
Good. Any further questions on this section? Before anybody says yes, we're moving on here. 'Cause I didn't see anybody. Anyways, okay, thank you, members. Please return now to Housing Corporation summary found on page 373, with information items on pages 374 and 375. And I guess we will entertain questions on this section. This is the overview. Any questions on this section? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation at this time. Merci, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr. O'Reilly. The motion is in order. To the motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation 2023-2024 main estimates operating expenditures is deferred. Merci, Minister, and merci to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. See.
have the report of Committee of the Whole. Member for Deschaux.
Madam Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 813-19(2) and would like to report progress with one motion, adopt it. And Madam Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Merci.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the report? Thank you. The member for N.W.T, the motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. The report of the Committee of the Whole has been concurred with. All right. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, February 16th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1343. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7. Acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Notices of motions. Motion 73-19-2. Notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 64. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bills 23, 29, 57, 61. Committee Report 40-19-2. Minister Statement 264, Table Documents 681, 694, 813, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, February 16, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
Order!